We are live with the first dialogue of a series of 15 from the second day of Solidialogues. And this dialogue here has the title or the seed topic of Understanding Populism. That said, this is a seed topic and the dialogue can go wherever you want it to go. It's for you to co-create it. And Simon Bronikowski is the facilitator of this session. I have a little feather over here, and I will place it in the middle, in between all of us, and it's up for grabs for Simon to take it and kickstart the dialogue. I just see here. Just let's test if Josa, she showed up again. Now she's gone. Okay, so it's gonna go between you. I wish you a very lovely dialogue, and I'll see you in about 60 minutes again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I think now I have to grab, and the feather transforms into a small book. Magic. I don't know. I think it works that you also have some object that you have to use as a talking stick or something. So then when I'm finished, I will place this again, and somebody, I think, is doing like this, and you take it if you want to speak later. So
Okay.
I'm really excited. I'm very afraid because I never did this before. I'm not an expert in anything. In fact, I'm a dilettante in everything. And the topic is interesting, understanding populism, because when Breno said it just now, I feel that I don't understand it at all. So it's understanding populism seems to be like that we are understanding, or we're going to understand populism. I don't know, maybe. I wanted to say about this book. This is a small book by Persian poet Omar Khayyam, who was living in, I don't know, 14th century or something. A very, how do you say, a very secular kind of, or very down-to-earth poet, astronomer, scientist in a time where in Europe there was Middle Ages, but in the Arabic world, in the Islam world, there was a big cultural and scientific high time. So big, it's a very interesting time. And Omar Khayyam has poems like this. The worldly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two, is gone. So it's like the alien perspective, no, on this world, where you see that it's just our troubles are just a glimpse of some minutes or even seconds in the eternal darkness outside. But this is not the topic. So I should give something like a question to us, and I struggle a lot because as I said, I don't understand populism. But when I thought of the topic, I thought of that I need help myself, and also I need a guardian myself and a companion. And I thought of another poet, which is actually a German poet, which is here, which is Bertolt Brecht. And he was a theater writer, yes, and a poet. And he wrote a very interesting theater piece called The Threepenny Opera. The Threepenny Opera is a very satirical piece about the Germany and capitalism in the 20s. But it's I want to quote something from that the very end of this performance, of this play, the Three Penny Opera is basically about a crook, about a criminal who is becoming famous, and who in the end is also rescued, pardoned. So it's a very interesting criminal because he's very selfish, but in the same time is going against the economical establishment who wants to destroy them. So very ambiguous character. In the end, everybody is saved, and there is a very happy ending. And there is a last song from the choir, which says like this in German: Verfolgt das Unrecht nicht zu sehr, in Bälde vergeht es schon von selbst, denn es ist kalt. Translated, it would be, don't persecute injustice or crimes, maybe so much, the criminal so much, because it will vanish by itself, because it is cold. And then it continues: Bedenkt das Dunkel und die große Kälte in diesem Tal, das vor Jammer schallt. So, and then it says, think instead about the darkness and the cold outside in this valley of suffering. This is a quote from the Bible, I think. So this was always a big question for me. Why does Brecht say this in the end? Don't persecute injustice. Think about the dark and the cold in the broader perspective. And I will finish now with the question: is that the whole subject of these dialogues said solidarity instead of populism. And I wonder if there is no such thing as a good populism, in the sense that populism could mean that it's a popular movement, or popular thinking, or thinking by a lot of people. And I think that a lot of people have the same interests, have the interest that they have a good life, good health, that their family and their friends are happy. And so what David Graeber, I think, called the everyday communism. Everybody in his own environment is not working for his own profit, but for the benefits of others, because he wants that the others are okay. That's a general public. So general public has interests like me. I want to be happy. I want to be safe. And the question is, what is the question? I cannot formulate it. Is there something like a good populism? Can we, with our speaking, can we understand and include people who maybe culturally think different from us, who maybe like another music or like other things that we do, but we have the same interest? So I don't know if I can explain it more. I will give this just to us. Maybe it will go into another direction. So, and I have to remind now, I was taking a lot of time. That's not good. I should, and we should all remember these principles of the dialogue: to be brief and precise, to speak from the heart. So that is difficult, to not be abstract, but speak from your position, speak from the heart, and listen as you would like to be heard. Listen and we suspend our contrary thoughts, our responses. And I'm now going to make the sound. I have this guitar here, so anybody can take it now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Simon. It's a good introduction for us. So, questions. Oh, we've lost Christian again. I guess when I saw the topic, understanding populism for our group, I also had a similar response of questions more than, yes, I know what this is and how to answer it in a way. So I did have to look up what is populism to really understand some of the historical context. And what I learnt was that it seems to be a trend that's shifted over the years. And it's interesting, Simon, that you have brought these beautiful metaphors of Brecht and the plays, and that one was made in the 20s, because that's when this term populism came out of Russia, apparently. That's many years ago. But now it seems to be meaning a variety of things, depending on what is happening in a different country, whether it's social, political, it could be radical, it could be political, populist democracy, it can be populist radicalism, it can be many things. So what I learned from trying to understand it was that it's more categories than a single concept, which I think is interesting, because we are wanting, most people I think are wanting to have a better life, like you said, Simon. We want to have a good life, and also the majority of us, I feel, want to have that for all, you know, but not all peoples or communities necessarily want that for all. It's more, I just need it for myself, just look after me, I don't care about anybody else, which creates exclusivity, which creates, you know, othering and difference. So you mentioned something about being safe as well, Simon, and then I thought, well, what is safety? It's different for all of us, isn't it? A safe world for me is inclusivity of diversity, that all needs are met for all wherever we are, and that there's harmony, you know. Whereas safety for some other groups mean, let's get rid of black people, let's get rid of homosexuality, transgender people, let's get rid of sovereignty, let's follow, you know, one belief for all, or one culture, or religious political notion, you know, which often we describe as right-wing or fundamentalist, you know. So that's very exclusive in a way. So I think it's about questioning a lot of things, and yeah, what is safety? Because that means different things to different people. Just to finish this response, how can we be caring while we're looking at difference? You know, so how can we, yes, have an open heart and be caring towards the other that may not want the same world that we want, that's coming more from a place of hate, right? And more of a place of excluding people from society. How can we have a sense of caring, understanding that position, while going, well, we don't think that's rightful, though. We're not into hate. I'll leave it there. That's Ganesha, Lord of Overcoming Obstacles, another metaphor.
Yes, I guess it's my turn now to say something. Do you hear me? Okay, so I was still lingering on this poem or a song from Brecht, and I was thinking about what does he mean with this? What you said, Simon, and I think that populism, for me, or like foremost, populism is about morals and being moral, and populism makes this kind of division about good people and bad elites. So it's the people, the ordinary people, they are always good. They have the good morals, and the elite is corrupt and needs to be changed. But I think that what Brecht says is he's never about like the simplistic morals. So what he wants us to, maybe he would want us to see that it's so a simplification from coming from populists and coming from also from this democratic politics who say that populism is bad. They're both maybe making these oversimplifications, and both are speaking from some kind of moral higher ground and using this moral argument for justifying their politics mostly. And both, like this elites, these Democrats, are benefiting from this moral position. So this is what populist politics or populism is for me. And I also think that populism is quite an interesting phenomenon, although people have called it like a sin ideology, like it can be all things, but actually it's like nothing, and maybe does it even exist? So it's been a question for like, I think for the past 10 years, because there are very different kinds of populism, like this Occupy Wall Street is also populism, and Trump is also populism. And so it's very, very, very hard to define and very hard to understand because it's so fluid. And I also like what you said, Karin, that it comes down to like listening with heart and being a good person and thinking about caring about others when fighting with populism. And this would be like this good populism, like good thing we all crave. So maybe this is what I think about populism the most. I don't know. Do you have some ideas on that? What about this moral thing? Using moral as a weapon. And should we do it? Does moral exist in this populist sense, or should we like overcome this? I don't have anything to make a noise with. I have a guitar here, but I can give with this mouse.
Okay, I try again. Sorry. Yes, I think it's a coincidence that yesterday for my birthday, this was my present, and I think it's very interesting what you said about the cold in the world, and what Brecht added to this. And maybe there's two aspects. The one is the concept or the idea of poetry itself as something like a fire, maybe in the cold world. And the other thing is, yes, what you, Mari, just the words we are using, words like populism and solidarity. I mean, for me, both words are very difficult and don't mean anything at the moment, because like in this year of the pandemic, the word solidarity was used or misused. So we have a problem with these words, I think. And populism is the same thing, yes. But I I have the feeling that we are in a field of media and politics and dealing all the time on this level. Yeah, we're talking about solidarity, talking about populism, talking about facts, and all this stuff. But I personally don't feel that this is getting me anywhere. So maybe it's time to focus more on the poetry, yeah, to focus more what this can give us. And it's not simple answers, but it's something which can inspire us, and this is maybe the fire we need in this cold world. And only to add one example, because I'm half Greek, and one ear always is on the Greek radio, and there we have every day nearly Brecht in Greek, translated in Greek with totally different music, and it's very it goes directly to the heart, and it's and it works. It works during the time of the economic problems Greece had. It works now. It works. It's something there. This poetry can tell us.
So you've solved the problem. We just all need to read Brecht and put it on, perform. There you go.
Yes, that would be nice. And not only Brecht, we have so many poets throughout the world. But yes, maybe the problem is that we don't have that. Yeah, in Germany you don't hear Brecht on the radio. Yeah, songs by Wolf Biermann, but they are heard in Greece translated. So, but also what we are doing now in this very small circle, I think it's also a very nice experiment, because we don't have that. Maybe we need more of that also to hear what other countries are thinking. Not the news, not on the news level. The volcano erupted, but on the other levels, what do we think? What do we feel? To have, yeah, but maybe to bring a problem up again, because what worries me is not so much on the level of populism, but maybe more something bigger, which I would call maybe fascism, which is always rising again and again. And we can also learn that from Brecht. And this is a topic we have to deal with. And this is, of course, much bigger topic. And we have this problem that we are separated from each other. We don't reach many people with poetry. Or yeah.
I'm also thinking about this poetry and populism, and I was wondering, how do you see poetry? Do you see poetry as an antithesis of populism, or as a tool of populism? Or it can be both?
So, yeah, in this question, I think poetry can be used for anything, or songs can be used. It was used for fascism. It was used for fascist communism, Soviet communism. Dictators use songs. They use theater. cinema was great during our fascist times in Germany, let's say. In the sense, great, technology advanced. So this is just maybe a counterpoint. It's not, I think Brecht is also a very ambiguous character. In preparation for the topic, I read something of him which was called 5 Problems with Speaking the Truth. And actually, I want to go from a bit away, maybe from Brecht, more to myself or to ourselves. But just this, one of these things where he said 5 problems in speaking the truth. One of these points was also to be cunning in speaking in speaking the truth, whatever that means. But this notion of being cunning, of also thinking of strategy, of maybe changing something here and there. This was very, very strange, no? Because we think we should be sincere, and this is good. But yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that actually. Maybe back to the thought that I was having about myself and about what I can perceive here. When I look at I'm an actor in the theater, so I know Ganesha very much because he is our Indian god, let's say. It's very nice. And we also run a bar. So, and in this bar, when it was still opened, we also meet a lot of different people. And also people that I would say that they are conservatives, conservatively thinking, in the sense, culturally conservative. But these are people like me that grew up with a certain idea. I grew up with certain ideas, and it's almost by accident that I happen to think like I think. I could also think differently if my upbringing was different. It's not that, and they, if one thing that comes when one speaks with them is, for instance, when they meet one. Let's take the example of a Syrian refugee comes. When they meet with this Syrian refugee or with a black person of another color, then they would maybe be a little bit, but then they would get into conversation and they would like the person in the end. And they would not. But if you talk with them over some beers and start talking about politics, let's say, then they would maybe start and producing these abstract, xenophobic, or let's say latently, not latently, latent, this, how do you say, latent fascistisch, like this proto-fascist beliefs. And so that in their abstract thinking, if I am abstractly thinking, I reduce people to functions. No, I reduce people to that I don't know, that are not of my. I take away their being human, and they're only in abstract thoughts in my head, and I can say they have to go home, no, or they. So, but encountering, then on the individual level, I get to like this person. Oh, from my perspective, if I encounter one of these conservative thinking people, they're actually very honest and nice people. A lot of time they have a different style as me. I don't like their style. I don't have the same style. They like another music, but they are kind of integer people in their own way, and I can see and I can respect some things in them. And they also, on this individual level, there is a lot of communication possible. Dialogue is possible. But then zooming out, it's getting more and more confused, no, with media and with so this is
To respond to that, Simon, I was feeling about where people come from, you know, in these examples you're giving us of social and cultural situations, and what's the baseline, what behind our culture, identity, our language, how we identify ourselves, our sexuality, you know. Underneath that, there's many beliefs and conditions, you know, but possibly we either come from a place where we want to connect or we feel separated. That's what I feel. So those that are, you gave the example, more conservative type of thinking, you know, maybe that comes from a lot of cultural and social conditioning of people who haven't been brought up around diversity, different generations, you know, from World War I, World War II, as industries in every country is growing differently on the planet. I'm from New Zealand, so where you all from in the North, Nordic, European region, it's a very different upbringing, being on an island compared to being in a kind of mass place where it's very nomadic and normal. For me, from New Zealand, to get anywhere was a real effort, you know, so it's a different mentality growing up like that. The way countries are colonized, the relationship to Indigenous people, reparations from colonization, I think that all has to do with, obviously, our conditioning and how we might view each other, as well as school, religion, blah, blah. So if people like us, artists and creatives and open-minded people, we come from a place of connection, it's almost like we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You're different to me, or okay, you're a supporter of fascism, but why? We're going to question it. Why are they thinking like that? What is making them think we're wrong, or to not like another group that's outside of what they know? So I believe that those groups or those people are coming from a place of fear. They're disconnected, separated. They've never had a sense of connection with diversity or anything outside of what they know. You know, so it's a small paradigm compared to, I'm going to expand my paradigm, my experience, and be mindful or explore what this is. It doesn't mean we have to accept certain behavior. It's like forgiveness. Forgiving someone or something is the act, which doesn't mean now I accept that abuse or I accept what that person did to me or this group of people or society or whatever it is. You know what I mean? We don't have to accept that violence. Maybe we come into morals here as okay, but we can still forgive and say, I'm no longer going to be offended by that. But how can I now empower the world more to go, how do we get to a place of connection? So for me, it comes down to people moving from a place of connection or moving from a place of separation. Yeah.
I'm trying to formulate a question, maybe. How? I don't really know how to formulate it. Supposing, I would like to ask if you had contact, maybe recently or with somebody, real person, that thought like the opposite of yourself, and you could establish a communication, or it did not work. And if it was successful, how? Did you try to change the opinion of the other? Because you are right, of course. I think I'm right. You think you're right. We're on the right side, no? Yeah, maybe. Was there any? I will also think if I have this situation in my past.
Well, I can maybe elaborate a little bit on this topic, because I wanted to say I also think that it's good that we find a common ground with people who think differently from us, but it also comes down to the people who define themselves as conservatives. And I have made this encounter, or when I have spoken with them, then I can see that they don't have any coherent things to say. They don't have a logic in their sometimes mad thinking. So it comes, so arguing with them or finding the common ground is sometimes very difficult, because I can see that they think they believe something, but they can't. But when I dig deeper, then I can see anything in this, that they don't have any substance. But if I would meet somebody like a conservative or whoever who will have this kind of substance and this core beliefs that are based on something very true, then I guess we can find a common ground. But for now, I haven't met anybody like this. They are all very shallow. So I don't want to label, but maybe I am shallow too. But I would like to meet somebody who is not who doesn't think like me or has some kind of ideology, but this ideology should always have some deeper ground. I think so. But for lately, I have in Estonia, I have met where I live, I have met people also in these times of pandemic who think that there is actually no pandemic. They are all fallen in this kind of in these ideologies of that the pandemic doesn't exist, that this is some kind of conspiracy. And when I speak with them, I really can't find any common ground, because when I dig deeper, I can see that they have all read the same conspiracy web pages, and and they don't have really anything. Their ideology is very thin, and I haven't found any common ground. So this is what I wanted to say.
Just briefly, I think I've met people a lot who think differently from the work that I've done. I'm also in the arts. I was a contemporary dancer for 20 years, and then I worked with artists here, and now I'm kind of self-employed doing my own writing and changing things. But after meeting so many people through the arts, you always think, oh, well, an artist is very centre-left in terms of its thinking about social, political, cultural values and things like that. But what I have learned too, which can be family, friends, creatives, neighbours, people, as you said, Marty, around you, who can be reading something else and go, oh, I'm just going to choose to believe in that, I think it's what I call a grey area, that we're all grey areas. It's not so fixed and finite. And the world maybe used to be a little bit like that. You know, war, World War I, World War II. You know, New Zealand was involved. We came in, but it was kind of, it's romantic. It was different. People wrote letters, and you know, it's all this different thing. Today, it's a completely different story. It's not even about people having to go as drones. It's a different sense of accountability, different values about why. You know, back then it was about saving democracy, wasn't it, against fascism and against an ideology that was about hate. Now the world has changed so much, and things have grown from that experience for sure, but it's a different way that we're working, processing, being, relating because of technology. And it's much more grey area because of the information we're receiving a lot and how we're communicating and connecting. So, you know, we might have friends or family that we connect on one level and have agreements of some kind of perspective about life, and then another level, which often is to do with culture or politics, it might be completely different, you know, or it could even be a creative thing as well. So I just think it's about how we practice being open, like I said before, but also going, okay, you know, I'm just going to maybe walk away from this now, because some people don't want to hear a different point of view. You know, they want to be fixed in that again because it's out of fear. Yeah. So what you're saying, Māori, about this kind of empty context, you know, of people going, well, I believe this, but there's no kind of value of where is all this information coming from? Where's the kind of facts around it to come up with this yes or no feeling about it? Because when things come out of fear, there are no facts because it's fear. So it's not real. It's just grows and perpetuates like a disease. And then that becomes someone's psychology, which they think this is reality now. Yeah, this is it. There's terrorists around, there's pandemics, there's this and that. So now the economy is like this. So everything's like fear, 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 fear. And it's actually through the power and presence of creativity, which is life itself, and what we're talking about, art, creativity, openness, giving people the benefit of the doubt, moving from the heart, trying to understand, well, we're all in this together. We know there's differences, but let's just try and find a kind of balance somehow, or look at why is that war still going on? You know, it's been 10 years in Yemen or whatever it is. You know, like there's things to question now. Now we're in a questionable state because everything's turned to chaos, falling apart. The old paradigms are going because we're still holding on to the Cold War, World War II paradigms worldwide, you know, and now everything's come to the surface like a big pimple, a big boil. All the shit is out there, and it feels like there's so much hate, there's so much difference and polarity, which is why this word, you know, Christian solidarity is being thrown around like a doll, you know, like boom, 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 solidarity, solidarity, because in that consciousness, people are trying to hold on to something, but still they don't know where the value is. They're not questioning it. They're not going, well, what does that mean? What do I believe actually? Is that right? You know, what is police brutality? What does that mean here, there? Why is it like that in Myanmar and now in New Zealand and now in Germany and Finland and Iceland? It's different. What's going on here? So we're looking at the context of things. Unfortunately, people who are more follow like sheep, a consciousness of kind of sheephood, shall we say, then they're not operating under their own sovereignty. You know what I mean? So at least if it's out in the open, at least some might be operating under their own sovereignty somehow, even if it is completely different. At least it's out there, you know, and it's known, okay, now we know what we're conversing with. And I believe only love can heal anything.
I think I want to pose the question, this common ground we are talking about. I mean, I wonder, where is that common ground to meet, really? Because for me, it's kind of the question, it would be something like public space, and maybe we have a lack of public space. I mean, right now we are all in these little boxes, separated from each other, and of course we can try to make a connection right here, but where is the common ground to meet really other people with other opinions, and where they can hear something else? I mean, it's not the mall outside, which becomes the public space for a lot of people. It's is it media? But in the media, you have this right or wrong thing, fact checking, which I don't know if this is a common ground. Maybe I want to pose the question: what is it for you, this common ground, or what should it be?
Yeah. What is the common ground? I was thinking that maybe all this talk about populism and solidarity, and from the other, let's say, if I place myself in some certain field, then the other field would accuse of what was this famous cultural Marxism or something like that. So a lot of accusations going on, but maybe this is all a veil hiding economic truths and economic interests. So I'm thinking of, I'm not speaking about personal things, but now in Germany we have a great corruption scandal that finally, or shows again, that our conservative, big, not so big anymore, party are basically crooks that think they own the country since after the war, which is great because, yeah, now I have to get the thread. Because I was thinking, why do people sometimes vote against their interests? And because the interests of the majority of people, which are not super rich, is to have a good life. So they should vote. Why do they vote, for instance, for politics that, austerity, for instance? Why do they vote for austerity politics? I get the secret message from God that the 10 minutes, we have only 10 minutes left. So, why do people vote against their interest? Maybe Trump as a phenomenon is also a clown show, distracting the media, distracting our attention from what, and not virtuously, virtuosely. So virtuosity, how do you say that? Like a virtuose, I think Trump was playing on the scandals, and it was captivating all the attention. Then from other politics, maybe of the tax cuts, and so, yeah, why do people vote against their interests? Maybe this is one common ground, and maybe one should speak more about this and understand also more about this. I find that I understand too less of the economic reality, the machine room of the system that we're in. And I'm also not, I don't hear so much about this. How does it work actually? How does the markets work? Blah, blah, blah. No, how does government spending work? Where does the money come from? The money is created. So no, this is one thought that I had as a common ground. And the other common ground is maybe a basic common ground that I feel, if, for instance, I would have an uncle that is like proto-fascist. You know, you have your uncle who is so, I don't know how to, you kind of, he's from the family, so you kind of like him, but then he has these strange beliefs, but you have to meet him again. Every year you meet him for Christmas or for Easter. And yeah, common ground. Sorry, I will stop here because you have to also. That means, I think maybe we could try to wrap up. Maybe what did we talk about, and draw your own conclusion shortly.
Yes, I was also thinking that a little bit in the same vein as you, Simon, that populism is maybe something that distracts us from the real stuff, from the real problems. So it's created as this veil to disguise what's really going on. So this is one of the characteristics of populism to me, and this is maybe one of the most dangerous thing a populist or populism can do. So this is a wrap from me.
Yes, I want to add to Simon this economic point. I think this is very, very important also for arts to be aware of that. It's very massive. I mean, like a player like Google is entering arts, and it's giving a lot of money. So, and the platforms we are using mostly, it's very a few players are in charge, and it's about making more and more money for them. So even arts and different pieces of culture are just going there, like it was in former times in television, that it was about advertisement and everything else was just the thing, you stay there. And I think this is a big thing to handle for everyone in culture, because my conclusion still would be that we have to base on culture and arts and education, because if you once you have the uncle who is over 60 next to you, I think it's too late. So you have to start earlier.
Just to conclude, there's a great documentary on Netflix about the economic crash in 2008, Simon and others, which I found very educational about how the economy is kind of run. Just more corruption to be aware of. So yeah, we can't get away from it in a way because we're alive. If we wanted to really get away from all the corruption, you know, we wouldn't eat, we wouldn't wear anything. It's just embedded everywhere in so many layers. And I think we're just becoming more and more aware. So these veils you're talking about, which is a beautiful metaphor in so many ways, you know, we're seeing through the veils and they're coming down. Some people are breaking them down. Some of us already saw through them. And there'll always be people that say, no, there's no veils, or I don't see anything. So, you know, I think my conclusion would be we just live our lives as examples of the world that we want to live in. That's the challenge, I think. And love your uncles. And then just go, well, okay, maybe we just don't talk about those things because, yeah, some people just, you know, it's not going to change. So we put our energy in spaces like this where it's positive and a new dynamic, a new dynamic for each other. So yeah, something like that.
I got another message. Yeah, so I think that was very interesting, very nice. I thank the strange system that put us together. I don't know, some machine that put us in this room together. And to come back to Brecht, I think he had a poster in his working place which said, "Truth is concrete." And he didn't mean the concrete, like what in German is Beton. It could also be truth is concrete. No, truth is always concrete, maybe. So going to close it now with the sound of the guitar. I don't know what happens now. God is coming. Ah!
God's here. Hi, God.
Thank you so much, everybody. It was really, really lovely to listen to the flow of your conversation. I will post 2 links here in the private chat just now. The first one is the link to the Wonder page, where all the participants have access to. Most active will be in our break time, that is from 1:15 to 2:30 CET time, Berlin time. But if you want, you can already go there and see who is around. How it works is that you enter this space and you kind of like click, and then you drag your profile around, and then you bump into other people. Once you bump into other people, you click on them, and then the screens open and you can have spontaneous conversations. It's quite fun to see how it works. And you can, on the left, minimize and do like a zoom out to see all the different rooms. There's a kitchen, a bar, a garden, and so on. Even a laundry room is there. So feel free to explore it. And the second link is a survey, very short, for us to give us feedback on how this experience was for you. We would love to hear how you experienced the format and the conversation, so we are also able to grow this initiative. Thank you so much, Simon, for holding space, and for all of you for co-creating the dialogue. See you around.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So we have a moment just for us to check the technical part, if the sounds are okay, if everybody can hear well and also speak. Marina, great, it worked out in the end. Do you want to tell me where you are based so I can add it to your name, where you are located right now? You're mute. I think you need to unmute.
I'm not mute. Now, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Wait, because I just see your 2 times here in the waiting room. I'm gonna try to take one away. If by any chance you get completely out, please click the link again, okay? I think it worked. Do you want to speak again?
Hello.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. So I'm based in Athens.
Athens. So I'll
Greece,
edit. Athens. Perfect. So we have a beautiful mix of Madrid, Vilnius, Helsinki, Torun, Athens, and I'm speaking to you from Antwerp in Belgium right now. So my name is Breno, and I'm one of the organizers of Solidialogues. And this dialogue now is going to be with the seed topic of tolerance and society. That said, this is basically a seed topic. Where the dialogue goes from there is entirely up to you as participants to direct it. Yeah. Miriam Atias will be the facilitator of this session. So in the beginning, she's going to have a short introduction about something. And this will serve as a seed topic for you to interact, to trigger the conversation. Yeah. Miriam, I will ask you to, after you have done your introduction, to do the sound, any sound to start a dialogue. Yeah. And then when you finish the dialogue, also do the same sound, can be any kind of sound. So I know that is finished and I jump into the screen again. And I still say goodbye to all of you. If you don't have anything around you, can do like a clap or anything. Okay.
I want to just say that I need to leave by 1, unfortunately, because of this. How can I do this?
So you need to leave 15 minutes before, right?
Maybe,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, if not, fine. It depends because of my next meeting, because of what happened with the time. So what do I do if I need to leave? Do I say bye-bye or?
You can just, I think, interrupt and tell us when you have to go.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Great. So without further ado, before, just to clarify the technical part, when you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Yeah, you can see the button there in the 3 little dots in your image. There's an option mute and unmute. And then when you speak, you unmute yourself. And how we talk, because this is really about listening that we're exploring here, the dialogue session. So we have this talking piece in the center of us. So as a room host, I have a little owl over here. Yeah, and I'm just going to place this owl in the middle, in between all of you. And Miriam will pick it up for her introduction and transform in anything she wants on her side. So I ask you also to have some kind of object around you that you can use as a talking piece. So when you want to speak, you go like this to the camera, grab it, and then you have the right to speak. The others actively listen. And when you have done speaking, you drop it in the center again. All good? Perfect. I wish you a very lovely dialogue, and please be aware here in the private chat when it's about 10 minutes to the end, I will remind you of the closure so you can close it slowly. Okay? See you in about 60 minutes. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Breno. Bye. Hey, nice to see you. We are all around Europe. But I think we are on the same time zone, are we? Almost, not completely. No, Spain is. For you, it's 12 o'clock, I think. For me, it's 1:19.
For me, it's 12. Yes.
12 as well.
Okay, yes. Marina, we don't. Your mic is
It's only us two that we are in the same time zone.
Yeah. Yes, we are. Yeah. True. Okay. Nice to meet you. I didn't really prepare anything for the beginning because I was thinking we only have 1 hour and then it would be nicer to hear just what everyone has to say. But maybe I will just start with the topic and tolerance and society. I think we were thrown here because we have put some keywords to what is about what we are interested of. My keyword was, I think, conflict and polarization and depolarization and coexistence. I work as a mediator, so I work with people's conflicts. Yeah, I like to think about those things. Tolerance, I think it's kind of a word that I don't like very much because I think tolerance is about a lot about the power structure. I tolerate you, and who has the right to tolerate others? If you think of tolerance, maybe it's useful to tolerate each other if we don't like each other or if we would like to fight with each other, then it's good. But then it has to be mutual for me. But how the word is used, I think tolerance, it's a lot about some kind of power that we should be aware of. So that was what I was thinking in terms of that title. But I don't know. I would actually really just like to have a round of knowing you a bit and what is your link to these 2 words that were chosen for us. Oh, I forgot to give you the talking stick.
So, hi, hello, very nice to be here. I think I could begin. Thank you, Miriam, for the introduction. It was very interesting to hear your opinion and your thoughts. So, yeah, I think I'm here in Lithuania. I'm working in a youth organization, youth debate organization. So, yeah, debate is quite different from the dialogue. So I'm very happy to be here. It was very interesting to hear what you said about the definition or the understanding of the word tolerance. I've been thinking a lot about it, and I think it is very important for to define, because in the last months or years I've been listening to a very different definitions of tolerance, what actual tolerance mean. And I met also people who define tolerance or say that tolerance is just accepting someone or something. So I just thought that for me tolerance is not only accepting, for me it is a very active way of living, and understanding, first of all, I would say, and then second of all, living in a society. So, and actively living, and not only accepting something or not accepting something. So that is, I would say, very important for me, that tolerance is an active way in our society to do, or to live. Yeah.
Yes, well, lovely to meet you all, and thank you for your very interesting thoughts about the subject of tolerance. I think all of us here, from what I'm seeing, have been thinking about this subject, because I've been thinking about it very much too, from a really, like you could say, banal point of view, because I don't work with conflict or something, but I'm quite active on social media like Facebook and Twitter. And there I noticed that it's really, well, interesting and sometimes hard to yes, to enter into a dialogue with people, and because the subject of tolerance is often rejected. What I hear is no, you cannot tolerate certain people or certain ideas or certain behaviors, and this makes me think a lot, because on one hand I can understand why people who maybe have been treated unfairly for their whole life, or that, you know, people of color or other, you know, people who've been treated unfairly, when they say, no, I do not want to tolerate this any longer. I have a right to be angry and to express that anger, and to, you know, not be kind to these people who have not been kind to me, and to society as a whole who has not been kind to me. And on the other hand, I think, well, but without talking to each other, without listening, what can we do? Can we really, you know, take a step forward and heal our society? But I also understand that I'm speaking from a privileged point of view. I'm, you know, white. I live in Europe. For a lot of people, I am privileged, and so I have a lot of thoughts about this, and they are not thought through. But this is what I think about when I think about tolerance. Just how do we speak to each other, and do we have a right to ask for tolerance? So those are my thoughts.
So I think thank you so much for putting these words on the headline, and for your thoughts, Miriam. And I am here by accident. Let's say I was going to be in the Solidarity talk, but I did the confusion, and my host was tolerant enough to allow me to be to the next meeting. But anyway, the keywords that I hear, because coexistence was a keyword for me too, and I was going to speak to be in a kind of let's say a platform for solidarity, which is all very interconnected. I think that tolerance is many of these words. When I think about it, the same with society, maybe should be liberated by their non-binary meanings, by the binary meanings, to a kind of a non-binary scape, meaning that yes, it can be bad and good, like life is, and it can be also a kind of you know, like tolerance to difference, that we as human beings, I think, not so much in nature, but as human beings, other creatures, but as human beings, we don't really have a very deep tolerance to difference. And so we have to somehow understand and get this. But also what you were just saying, my co-discussant was saying that how much time should people that they've been into a kind of an unjust living for all their lives tolerate this. And I totally understand that bridges are needed, but I totally understand that it's like a perpendicular, you know, it's like a kind of a time that there is no more tolerance. So this kind of, let's say, aggression, or this kind of proclaim of power should be also tolerated by the ones that we are privileged. And there will be distraction, and anger has to be dissolved somehow. So I understand this also with other movements like the Me Too, also with the Black Lives Matter, also with everyone that have been under this kind of injustice situation. And this is what I wanted to say. What I want also to leave in the room for our discussion is, what do we mean when we say society? From which perspective are we speaking? From which point of view? From which geographical location? And so on and so forth. So I would put also an idea of the word society in plural. What about societies?
Hello everybody, my name is Adam. I'm political scientist And to me, tolerance is a notion that appears in politics and in political debate very often. Yes, because all the issues that you evoked, and also protest movements have very often also political dimension. Yes, and the tolerance in this political dimension is, I think, quite difficult thing nowadays because of this growing polarization of different societies. Well, I live in a society that is extremely polarized, unfortunately, and a lot of issues that relate to tolerance are very strongly politicized, that strongly that sometimes it's hard even to discuss them, yes, because they get very emotional, yes. I think, tolerance, I agree that the key thing is the acceptance of the difference. On the other hand, this tolerance notion is, the term of tolerance is also very multidimensional. Yes, there are different ways that you can, different things to tolerate and different issues where this tolerance or intolerance can appear. But what what for me is interesting in this relation between society and tolerance and society is as well, because this is on one hand quite obvious, yes, that we should tolerate the different people, different thinking people, and so on. But to me, the question is, where is the border between the tolerance and breaking social norms, or something like kind of over tolerance? Yes, that every society has their own cultural codes, so some norms, and then there is the question, if one group starts to breaking this norm, wanting to be tolerated, how should the majority who cannot accept it, don't agree, react to it? Yes, because nowadays when the world is so dynamic, we have internet, we have connections with everything and everywhere. I would say that these borders are getting more and more blurred, and this is kind of dilemma, and the question, where can we draw these borders, and how can we set them, and if we can put everything under tolerance. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm good. Hey, thank you for the round. I like we have very diverse coming points where we come from to that discussion. I was thinking what disturbs me a lot is the thing that tolerance, for me, how I understand it, it's about reinforcing a norm, and it keeps the others always in a position of a different, because we have to maybe tolerate difference, but then we always keep them there. So it's to challenge the social norms, like you said, Adam. I think it needs to be moving, but maybe it's one step. If we think of the concepts of peace, maybe it's a step as a negative peace. So at least there is no violence, at least things are on their place. But then to really get into a coexistence with diversity, multiple points of view, I think we need something more. And that's a very interesting thing. I think whenever now with all of these movements that we have, they are very quickly labeled as identity politics. And then I think that it's a way to reinforce the idea that they are striving for something totally personal. So it's not relevant in the context of the society. Whereas I think that when there is a new voice, then we should have better mechanisms to deal with it, with the new voice. And sometimes conflict, I see, it's a good opportunity to take the discussion forward, because it's already recognizing that there is another opinion and there is another point of view. I don't know if you have, Adam, you said you are a political scientist, and it made me think of the concept of the democracy. If we think politics as, or democracy, if we think of politics as a means to take care of our common things, then we will always, I don't know, reinforce an imaginary majority. So I've been meeting this concept of politics as a way to organize difference. So if we would look at politics as a way to organize difference and to deal with these new voices that we have popping out, then maybe it would be some kind of a solution. I don't know if this resonates.
It's interesting to bring the democracy back, and of course we have a mutual understanding of what democracy is, but often Greece is being appropriated, not often, by the Enlightenment it was misappropriated as the cradle of Western civilization. If it is or not, I leave it to the room to decide, but maybe not. But what I'm trying to say is that democracy in ancient Greece was a slave, it was based in slavery. And we have to remember that. That alone, I put it more as a kind of a, provocation, but also just to say that often, I hear you, Miriam, but not, I know you didn't mean this. We say them, us, they, and I often ask myself, who are you and who are them? What if them is you for me? You know what I mean? Like there is not this inter-exchange. What if there is no other and there is one and another? Because them can be you. Very often, like the role is quite exchangeable, and they will be in the future. Now, what I said before about the kind of sovereignties and the kind of so-called identity politics, which should not be labeled under this, is that different groups are trying to get their sovereignty, but this also has, what Adam was saying, that has somehow give ways to the polarization, as it was sort of accessed by the authoritarian governments. They say, okay, you want sovereignty, we're gonna give you sovereignty now, and we have this kind of nationalistic governments. What about if there were networks that pre-existed the modern time anyway, pre-existed the West? It's just that the West, North, wants to remake the networks. Before the modern times, there were other kind of networks, silk trades, routes and stuff. What about if there were new networks that they were based in empathy and resonance? And eventually, after this kind of, after racial injustice, it's going to be solved, and gender injustice. What about this? What if the LGBTQ, the gender issues, feminism, the racial issues becomes actually interconnected networks because they fight the same fight anyway? Just as a question. Thank you.
Wow. Yes? Can I? Okay. These are fascinating thoughts. And I have a lot of thoughts, but I actually wanted to come back to one thing Adam said, because I think that's really important, and that's something we often leave apart because we act as if we are all rational beings, just how can we use politics to deal with our differences and so on, and that is all great. But we are very emotional beings, and I think emotions, just the raw emotions of, I don't want this, this is strange, this is not what I'm used to, and this just visceral rejection of things, or the visceral, being drawn to someone who is like me, or to someone who offers me something that I want or need in that moment, be it violence, be it a refuge, be it whatever it is. That is really something, and that I don't see taken into account much when we speak about these things. And tolerance, like Miriam said, it's also I don't like the term very much either, because it seems like you have to suppress your emotions. Tolerance is like you dislike something, but you like take a deep breath and you say, okay, it's fine, I'm tolerating this. And maybe that is not an ideal situation. Maybe we need to deal with what happens when, why do we have these very strong emotions? I notice this, like I said, on social media, it's exacerbated. It's absolutely horrible what happens on social media sometimes, and it comes from deep-seated emotions. I don't know how we can integrate that into the debate or the dialogue, but I think it often is forgotten. It's just forgotten that we are not rational when we pretend we are sometimes, but what's underlying is fear and rejection and anger and these very raw emotions. So yes, I don't know if I said something that makes sense right now, but
So I would like to follow up this topic of emotions and emotionalizing of the debate, because, well, for most of all in politics, it's a crucial thing, yes, that very often, well, this polarization of societies is very often a result of over emotionalization of politics, yes, that everything sometimes, or sometimes even banal issues that or little changes evoke such deep emotions and debates and even, you know, protests and hysterical even reactions, I would say, that, well, it's hard, as you said, Anna, it's hard for people to evaluate, to judge the things rationally, yes. And this is, I think, very often very destructive for not only, well, public debate, but also for the societies, I would even say, yes, because, well, the democracy at the end, the advantage of democracy is that, well, people vote, and everybody can have a chance to have their representatives that will represent views and beliefs that they support, that they are for, and this way, well, different issues can be present in the public debates, and the needs and beliefs of different groups can be represented. Yes, but, well, the problem is that when the over emotionalization comes to this, then, well, also the other side would overreact, and then we have this disputes which doesn't bring anything, and only, you know, brings conflict and people against each other, which is really, I think, well, tragedy for the society and for even social living. And internet, as you said, and social media, well, the problem is that in there almost everything is allowed, and you cannot stop it, yes, because then you would have allegation of censorship again, yes. But sometimes what's happening there and what people can write there, it's really, well, you wouldn't believe. Yeah, sometimes you look at it and you say, well, how can anybody imagine even such thing? But on the other hand, we have to remember that there are people who use it and who try to steer it and emotionalize topics sometimes. Yes, that this is sometimes or very often even made on purpose, and this is also another problem with the tolerance. Yes, and with this cohesion of society. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And I think also very important to talk about emotions and so on. As I am working and was working in the field of, debates and youth debate and so on. So we are often trying to, just make it as a for a parliaments and for a good debate, debate with ideas and different points of view and so on. So, so in that case, people could understand, not only the emotions within the topic, but also the arguments and ideas. But I'm also not very sure if this understanding is actually helping or could lead for a tolerant society, or is it enough just to understand what others are thinking? Is it enough just to understand the ideas of different people? So for me that was a question, and I'm also not sure, because I think it is important to sometimes not only try to make other people to understand something, but just to let them live in a way in which they feel that is good, or I don't know, in which the society could, go further and so on. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, Emil, it was cutting a bit, the sound, at least to me, the sound. I didn't hear everything you said. But I think, thanks, Anna, to having taken it to the level of emotions. Also, Marina, I was thinking, you spoke about us and them, or the us versus them thinking. And I think also there is a need to normalize polarization. We will always be in different groups, and we will always be in different, like we have our identities, and we are also different. So I think there's sometimes too much pressure to get rid of those bubbles. If we think of social psychology, then it teaches us that every single group has a tendency to polarize, and it has a meaning. It has my English is today a bit lost. It has a function. We always need some counteracting and critical thinking if it's about critical thinking. So I think a lot of pressure also is taken away if we normalize it. But then about emotions, I think the us versus them also touches our emotions, because they are very much related to our needs of belonging and need for identity, need of knowing who I am. And I will know who I am if I have the other there to mirror myself. So of course it works with emotions. And if we think of that, like Marina, you were breaking that me and the others and us versus them. These are just thought constructs. Like we can name whatever. We could now split this group with time zones, for example, and we will start to team with Marina, and then we will start to compete. So it's very easy. because it's about the tension that we feel and the it's not completely negative as well. So I think in as a dynamics, the polarization also has everything to do with emotional things, and political decisions. I don't think we made them by rational thinking. I think emotions drive us a lot. And if we think of what is an emotion, it's something that you will feel in your body if something important enough touches you. So that's why I think maybe we need more psychologists to the parliament. Though. I don't know. But I don't know if you know the work of the Dutch philosopher Bart Brandsma. I can later send you a link. He has been working with the polarization and trying to break how to depolarize or how to diffuse it.
Yes, it's actually extremely interesting, and I'm very happy to be discussing like from tolerance in society, emotion and polarization, rationalization. Of course, we have to remember this new politics also is based in emotion. Like Trump governed on emotions and fake news as well. That creates emotions. And so I see what Adam is saying in a big part. Of course, we cannot be only rational because, you know, feeling is a part of humankind. And then if we suppress the feeling, it comes out in a kind of a very... And I have to say that social media is this curse, of course, in some ways, because it has been used a lot for fake news, for creating fake emotions, sensations. On the other hand, for example, now in Athens, we had a kind of a period of extreme police brutality that came with a new government, and unfortunately, and it was discovered and it's being prosecuted only because of social media and this kind of videos through the smartphones that people had to send videos, and and this is how. So it's all very complex, of course. I do agree with you with the groups of and belonging. What I was trying to say is, because there is this construct of them, and because when we are speaking of a European context, unfortunately, it's all we know where is them. For example, often we say the global South, which is of people that they've been sharing colonial pasts, but is European sociologists that decided that these people will be only under the equator, even if colonization process still happens through different ways in our world. So it's a bit, what I meant was that we can always be in groups, and we will be in groups, but we have to think that these groups are fluid and interchangeable. That's what I was trying to say, that if you are in the group of like black people or this or LGBTQ, this doesn't mean that there cannot be another formation, as you were just saying, that intersects and changes this, that it's based on empathy, based on resonance, and maybe that's the way to go forward. How can we have our sovereignties in a kind of a relation? For me, that's, and I'm not sure if tolerance is the answer, because I know that we cannot love all the people in the world. We know from nature too, we are mammals. Our instincts are also the instinct of the hunter, the instinct of the fittest. We've seen this a lot with COVID, this kind of fittest, the strongest, the fittest is the strongest. I mean, we have countries that, let's say in European Union, it was a kind of an agreement, as we all know, about the vaccination, and we know that countries violated this agreement of buying extra vaccination, but European Union cannot go against them because they are the funders, they are the strongest economically, and so on and so forth. So really, I'm deeply thinking of us, and where is this kind of like really balance between emotion and rationale, sovereignty and togetherness, coexistence. It's always, because everything I hear is exactly what I'm thinking, and then the step forward is always what troubles me. So yes, that's what I would love to hear opinions and advices.
I don't know if Adam and I just grabbed at the same time.
Please speak first. Yes.
I thank you all very much. I don't really have any advice, but I do think the direction may be in what Marina said about, you know, identities and groups being fluid. So if we are aware that we all are in different groups who intersect all the time, then maybe this us versus them will diffuse and dilute. But I think it's also very important what Miriam said of normalizing conflict. I think we are now in a kind of society where conflict is like the worst that can happen. And it's not. It's actually, and I noticed this in myself when I have a really good debate with someone, even with my husband, who you saw passing there, or with friends or on social media. There's a big part of me that enjoys going against the ideas of other people and then, but also absorbing their ideas. That's really not so bad, and maybe that's a place where we could start in schools, even where you know, debate, and even not just structured, you know, ritualized debate, but just a conflict, just I think you're stupid. Okay, let's talk about that. Doesn't have to be something negative. Why do you think this other person is stupid? Let's do something with it. So maybe that could be somewhere we could start, just saying, being in conflict and being not in agreement and maybe even not tolerating something or someone doesn't really have to be such a bad thing. We don't all have to be friends and lovely and everything is a community and everyone loves each other, because even inside of communities, even inside of like LGBTQI or people of color, or I don't know, pick your community. Inside those communities, there's also conflict and struggle, and I think we should do that, or I think we should do that. So I think that's a fascinating idea of normalizing conflict and trying to go from there. So
I would say that yeah, I would agree that of course conflict is like a normal thing in democracy, but the point is how you understand conflict, because this polarization that we are talking about, well, the problem of this polarization is the radicalization. Yes, that, you know, for Polish experience, the funny thing is that in the past it used to be us versus them, meaning society versus the government, yes, or the governing communists and so on. Nowadays, it's us versus them, is us supporters of this party and them supporters of the other party. Yes, so not only the politicians or political forces, but the society is splitted and radicalized. And for me, as political scientist, for example, it's sometimes really difficult to talk to people, because, well, when I'm talking to supporters of conservative governing party, then I am the opposite, the liberal, and so on. And when I'm talking to supporters of opposition liberal party, I'm Catholic Taliban, and so on. Yes, because the radicalization leads to the point where you do, firstly, you don't see the other opinions, and you think that the only good opinion is your opinion or opinion of people thinking like you. And and you start to think that those other people are idiots because they think different. Yes, and this is where the radicalization leads to. And the problem is what I observe as political scientist. Yes, that in the past radicalism was minority, both right, left, and others. And nowadays the group or this support for radicalism and radical opinions has spread much way more than it used to be. Yes, and now it's beginning to be more and more common. And for example, yes, because social media again, yes, people, when people read the commentaries, the opinions that are expressed there, you can have a feeling that actually this radical opinion is something normal. And if you have non-radical opinion, then you don't have real political or views for a thing. Yes, because either it's zero or it's one, and there is nothing in between. Yes, and I think this deradicalization actually is nowadays the biggest challenge for the for the politics. This is the question, because actually it feeds with this radicalization, but generally for the society, for education, and so on, because this is something that is really destructive. Because, and last point, very often what I observe within this radicalization, yes, groups try to enforce others to think as they think. Yes, and unfortunately this is not only about majorities but also about minorities. Yes, that we are minority, we have rights because we are democracy and so on. Okay, fine, this is tolerance, we should tolerate your rights and that you are different. But where the border is crossed is that this small group of different people try to enforce their meanings, their views, their opinions, and their way of life to the others. And I think that this is something that also is destructive, because this is where this radicalization also grows within something that with which this radicalization grows, and people get more and more radical, and then it's easier to say it's threat, building the fortress, yes, and so on, and all those mechanisms that contribute to it. Thank you.
Yes, it's very important. I was thinking a lot about radicalization, and I'm not political scientist, so I don't know that. But when I think about radicalization, it is important for me to know how this process happens, or how radicalization is growing, and so on. So I think Adam, you mentioned social medias and so on. So for me, it is really true that we are living like in our filter bubbles, where we see only the information we want to see, actually, and we actually don't know that, because it's just showed for us, and we read that, and we read more and more, and it is not that we are just reading random things. We're reading actually that information that we want to read, or that our friends read, and so on. So, and the other thing is this isolation, I would say. And Marina, I think you mentioned that we can't love, everyone, and it's true. But for me, sometimes it's just, we can't love everyone, but we have to live together somehow. So and understand other people's, and not only understand our friends, and our family, and so on. So for me, that is very important. Yeah.
It's exactly what I meant, and thank you for pointing out that, yeah, we can't love everyone, speaking on this, but love it's a great value. It's also a great currency. It's also a great way forward. But by saying that you can understand this, like what Miriam was saying, normalize conflict, and in some ways, and understand that you have to tolerate in the good sense, and somehow be happy to coexist with people that you not necessarily love. And what Adam was saying, I have to say, I come from the contemporary art world. I'm an art curator, and for us, radicalization is very productive. I see the ways we build on the radical. Right now, you just hear radical democracy, radical this. It's a bit too much. But on the other hand, it's a kind of a allowance of imagination. But I see, of course, that within the radicalization is the radicalization of this, of the other, of the X, Y, Z. And obviously there are many, let's say, evil radicalizations for the societies. However, even so, if somebody would ask me, I would say maybe the direction for me would be on less borders, less canonical sort of divisions, less, towards understanding, not this kind of gray sort of zone where everything is normalized because of concessions, but towards a kind of a mosaic, you know, that somehow exists by transversing always this kind of fluid borders, be it national, gender, emotional, rational. I don't know how we can manage this, but I am dreaming of this kind of a coexistence of less sort of restrictions in some ways. However, believing in society, like, for example, yes, we cannot, if you are the Pope or a priest, you cannot abuse young boys. That's even if the instinct is so, you know, we have to also somehow understand the broader rules of our society and what makes us different to animals, and prosecute in some ways situations like that. But as we see in the church, for example, Christian church, this is not so often prosecuted. So it's a very complex situation, how maybe awareness, I don't know, maybe awareness is a deep awareness, is a kind of a sometimes answer to me. So it makes me really happy listening to all of you with your different corners. That works well, so well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy too to listen to all of your points of view. I was also thinking when I listened to you, Adam, and your how you described radicalization. I was thinking, in my words, I would place the same instead of talking about radicalization, I would talk about polarization, which is about getting more and more narrow views and black and white thinking, and yeah, it's kind of radical. But then also we have these movements like Me Too, it's radical. We have these movements like Black Lives Matter, it's radical. One, and this is funny that it came from a policeman, a Finnish guy. He said, you know, radicalization is not, it's not negative. This society needs radical people, because that's how we change the world as well, by being radical. What we should draw the limit to is the use of, or the acceptance of, violence. So we should be able to be radical and still talk to each other. And when you start to feel like they deserve violence, then it becomes dangerous. And when the violence feels justified towards something, towards a group. And I'm thinking sometimes we flame this thinking with good intentions, because we like to talk about identities and we keep the discourse at the same level. And even if we talk in a positive way, it still will reinforce the thought construct that is underneath them. But I was, when I listened to you, Marina, then I thought, okay, I think I wrote about radical listening. So I think that's something that would be very useful, a useful skill for people. And then I think I can briefly just, what I mean with radical listening it's by that I mean you don't do anything. You are just quiet. You don't have to do anything, and you don't intervene, and you don't defend yourself. You just commit to an idea that, okay, afterwards I will deal with my own opinions and emotions, but I have to listen first, and that's very radical, and that's very powerful as well. Yeah, I had another idea, but I think I lost it. So I think we need more listening, and that's a skill that we can all use. But then how can we promote, if we think of a political level, how can we promote listening structures and spaces for listening? Because it's very powerful. When I work with conflict, I've seen it so many times that people just need to be heard, and all the anger and even the hate, you never know if it's real, like ideological hate speak, or if it's hateful or angry speech. But someone has to listen to the first version of every story and validate the emotion that is there, and only then you can build afterwards. That was mine. I think we are now to 10 past, so I don't know if Brenno will come and cut us or what will happen, but I think I really enjoyed this conversation with you.
Yes, I enjoyed it very much too, and I love this idea of radical listening. And I was thinking while you all were speaking about another kind of, and I don't know if it's a simple thought or if it's also a radical thought, but when we were talking about we can't love everyone, but we have to understand, we have to listen. Maybe the thought behind that is just kindness. We have to be, which is really simple, and you might ask, well, what is kindness? But maybe kindness is just that. It's just listening to the other person as another person who is, if I know I'm complicated, then just thinking, okay, this other person is complicated too. They are not this one thing they are saying, and maybe just being kind. It's well, maybe it's a little simple, but I think you all mean you all understand what I mean. Just being open to the other person as another person, and as someone we have to ultimately share a planet with. So there you are. We have to live together. So let's just listen and let's be kind. I'm sorry. It sounds a bit like, one of those Instagram posts with sunsets and let's all be kind to one another. But I think you know what I mean. So thank you for being so inspiring.
Thank you. And we just wrap up so everyone can still say shortly something before we have to end in 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. It was a pleasure to meet you and to discuss these difficult topics. You see, Anna, I agree fully. Listening, kindness, they are very simple things, but sometimes very difficult to achieve. But definitely, I think they are key to, improving the situation and building the real tolerance. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. But I just wanted also to thank you. It was very interesting to hear like very different points of view. And yeah, for me, it's always, it will be always very important. We have a rule in the debate that you only can say something if you are referring to something that had been said. So I think it is important because it brings the understanding or trying to understand what others are thinking. So thank you once again.
Thank you also on my behalf too. The radical listening, on the other hand, the rationality, the needed rationality will stay in my head. The kindness too. As I come from Greece and I'm a bit of a cynic, I have to say, be aware from the hell of good intentions. which is hell like hell. So yes, kindness, but with a lot of awareness in the same time, and love. Maybe in 10 or 20 or 30 or some years from now, there will be this kind of other love that it's not somehow instrumentalized by Christianity, but more fluid. Thank you on my behalf too.
Thank you, everyone. Brenno, will you come and explain us what we have to do next? Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. It was really lovely to hear the dialogue here in the background. And I'm posting here 2 links in the private chat that you can have access to. The first one is an invitation to join us in Wonder. This is a space that is going to be open now in 1 minute until 2:30 Berlin time. And you can just walk around. It's open to all the participants from all the 48 different countries that applied. And how it works is that you just enter and you kind of like click on your profile there, and you drag yourself around the room, and then you can bump into spontaneous conversations with the others. To actually open the cameras and enter the conversation, you need to come really, really close to the other person, almost like click on the person, and then it opens up. Yeah, this is a playful atmosphere to bump into conversation. The second link is about a survey, a feedback from you, how you experienced this conversation, the format, how it was for you, how did it feel. We would love to hear, because we want to continue to grow this initiative. So thank you very, very much for this co-creation of the dialogue, and I see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, we are 1 minute over. We were waiting for everybody to enter the waiting room, but now it looks like we are complete, which is great. I'm just gonna ask Martin and Luisa, if you tell me where you are, I can add it next to your name, or you can add it yourself, just your location next to your name. If you click on the 3 little dots on your image, you'll be able to edit it. So we have Estonia, Mikel, Joanne in England, London, Sofia, Budapest, and Yonida, Tirana. And Martin is in Riga and Luisa in Vienna. That's quite some places. So before I go, the facilitator of this session is going to be Luisa. I'm going to give her the talking piece in one moment, and she's going to give a short introduction to the topic, and then the dialogue will flow from there. I'm going to ask Luisa if you could, towards the end of the dialogue, make a sound to close the circle. This will mark for me to know when the dialogue is finished. And then I jump into the screen again and say goodbye to all of you and still send you a link over here in the private chat. So also be aware here in the private chat, we have 10 minutes before the ending. I am going to remind you of it, and then you can invite for a closure of the conversation. Just for us to touch base with the talking piece as well. So let's see, I have here, can be anything around you. I have a pen drive over here, and this is gonna be where I put the talking piece right in the middle like this, and then Luisa will grab it in a bit and start from there. So whenever you feel like speaking, yeah, you go like this towards the camera and grab the talking piece that is there, and then you can transform it into anything around you, and then you have the right to speak and the others listen. Technical part as well, I ask you, if you're not speaking, to mute yourself, then we have less background noise. And then when you're going to speak, you can unmute yourself. You can do that also in the 3 little dots there by your image. Any questions from your side, or are you ready to go?
How much time do we have?
Good question. Thank you, Sophia. So you have 60 minutes. Yeah. So if you need these extra 5 minutes that we start a little bit later, that's fine. And we can be here in contact in the chat. So 60 minutes from now, and 10 minutes before, I'm going to remind you of the closure. The seed topic of this dialogue is art and transformation. Yeah? That said, you can go anywhere you wanted to go as co-creators of this dialogue. With that, I put the pen drive here right in the middle, and is up for Luisa to grab it and kickstart you guys. I see you in about 60 minutes again. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thanks for the invitation, Bruno, again. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining in. I don't know how to start. I was before in a wonder room and already talking about some brainstorm ideas, thinking what could be the seed question for this topic, which is exactly 1 year ago I participated in a program from the same say institution and organization, and it was about soundscape and climate changes and art and transformation. So to summarize it somehow from a broader spectrum of art, what could it be? I am more interested in sound and music. That's how I started the question before already. thinking in a moment we are living in, how so physically, phenomenologically, the world spins in one axis, one line, right? And we are spinning it with it. We're all spinning with it. How would then music or sound be physically in a phenomenon, which it is simply happening, and we are out of our control and we cannot grasp it. It's also invisible. It's there. It's in the air. How would it be if it would turn? If everything would be turning in contrary polarity, in a sense? How would it be if we turn? If the world would be turning in the opposite side, how would sound be? That was my question first. I think it might be some. It depends. I don't know which area you're all working and coming from, study-wise, an interest. I would then leave this question for you, and if you want to talk about something specific, and then I could lead to another direction, because there are many questions I could make actually for you, if that's okay. I return it.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes.
Thanks.
If the planet Earth would spin the other way around, how would music sound?
This is my symbol of speaking, I guess. Right? I can turn it on, by the way. It doesn't turn the other way around, so I cannot use this as an example to answer your question. Sorry. I'll begin with starting with this dialogue by saying hi. Hello, everybody. My name is Martin. I'm based inside my flat in Riga, and usually I'm based outside of my flat in Riga, but it's just 2020. And to answer the question and probably add a little bit more to it, I don't want to be the skeptical part of it, but I think that when talking about physics, nothing would change if we went the other way around, because the sound only needs a movement and it doesn't matter which way the movement goes. But I think if we want to add a little bit more of what art means to this, that artists can, or everybody in the cultural field can try out different sort of ways and try to test and try to talk about these sort of topics. If we believe that something doesn't change, it doesn't matter that, it doesn't mean that there are some people that wouldn't try, or there are some people that shouldn't try and prove the opposite. And I think in the art world and cultural world, a lot of people have the ability just to talk about such questions, even if they don't change. And if I said the world goes the other way around and the sound doesn't change, it makes the same sound, I think there would be an artist saying, but I can prove something else about it. I can show or try or discuss about it in other ways. And yeah, I think I feel that nothing would change if only people wouldn't find creative ways how to speak about it, even if it doesn't change. So putting it back.
Nida, what's this piece called? What do we call this? The
marker.
No, in this dialogue I meant, it has a special name that I just forgot. But to connect with some of the ideas that have been mentioned, yeah, I agree with Martin that even though to answer the original question, maybe nothing would change because the laws of physics would produce the same results, but merely thinking about it, and the whole point is, I think, of art is to raise questions that, well, first of all, have not been raised, and to to open up new frames of mind, to have so-called thought experiments, and that you can investigate, what kind of possibilities or what kind of paths it would open up, and maybe the answer in the end is that it does not lead you in a different direction, but the investigation, I think, what it's worth for is the investigation itself, which is, I guess, what art is about. And to answer your question, Louisa, I'm a fiction writer, so I basically think about these questions primarily within the framework of literature, but also combined with the visual arts. A lot of my writing is about, well, that's a thought experiment too, is about how you can connect in different ways, writing and the visual. And this is what a lot of my writing keeps coming back to, even if it's not something that is a kind of teleological aim, but it's the one, it's the magnetic field that I keep being drawn to, that I keep coming back to. And I think that you should, the important thing is to yield to such questions and to be open to investigating them, and to recognize them as addresses, so to speak, in a metaphorical sense, that this is the question that has been posed for you to investigate, on a kind of personal level, that this is something that's yours in a way to, not to solve, because these questions aren't supposed to be solved, but the investigation itself.
I wanted to give it, as I understand your perspective, that, but I am always doing those tricks to my mind also to have insights, but I wanted to see how it, it was really for you.
I can yield the piece back now, and perhaps Yonida. How do you pronounce your name exactly?
I'm going to pick it up. Yonida.
Yonida.
Yonida. Hi. So thank you so much for your question, Louisa, and Martin and Sophia for your wonderful feedback. As somebody who comes from visual art and who works primarily with a moving image, I mean, the question resonated with me, but if I take it metaphorically, because I don't know anything about sound. So, I mean, metaphorically, I think the question is one, can be read as one about the profound changes that our world has undergone on a global level since late 2019, early 2020, right? I mean, the idea of the Earth spinning in the opposite direction is a very nice metaphor for what's been happening for the past 12 months or so. And your question about what might sound then, or music sound in that case, I think also speaks to a question about the need for an art, a new art that actually speaks to our experience, our collective experience of these profound changes in our personal lives, but also in the world as such on a global level. So just to generalize and open it up a little bit, I'll put it back.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Mikhail. Nope. Maybe you just need to change the system microphone. Maybe Mikhail lives in the other way around and the sound disappears.
If I might use the in the meanwhile, while Mikhail is not speaking.
I can probably continue. I had a little reflection that I could not stop. Sophia said about how do you call this? And then she started talking about that she's a literary person. And I remember Cat's Cradle, a book by Kurt Vonnegut. And he had the book had this topic of Bocconists as like created philosophy of religion, and they had the pivoting objects that are kind of uniting all of us and then disuniting. And I think it was called 1 Peter or something. So this is our 1 Peter. So we put it down and then it unites us and then it kind of fades away in an hour. So I think it's pretty cool for a 1 Peter. You can turn it on. Thank you.
Skipping the topic, I'm not sure if physically, or coming back to the point, physically it wouldn't change, because sound is a wave that travels in the air, and it has to do with velocity, and like light, it might change something. So yeah, perhaps for our production as artists, it's not that interesting, but as a fiction and documentary, it might change something there. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something to what Jonida mentioned, which is the inevitable need for the arts to reflect in some way on our present situation. And since you started with sound, I think it's interesting, and I have been thinking about that for quite some time now. How this situation has already, in fact, impacted the hierarchy of the senses. Namely that instead of, it has not overtaken, sound has not overtaken vision yet in this hierarchy, but it has moved up to a very significant. It has moved up very significantly in this hierarchy because, we listen much more, and not necessarily with image. Yes, the Zoom meetings and all that are to a certain extent also based on image, but I think much more on sound, since, like, for instance, here we see each other in a very small size, but the sound impact is much more significant. You concentrate much more on voice, and to a certain extent, that makes communication a lot more intimate and private to a certain extent. Like, I also teach at the university, one of the state universities here in Budapest. And last semester, when all of a sudden we had to switch over to distance teaching, I was so, surprised by the situation, that my first reaction was that I wouldn't want to switch to sort of televising my teaching, but I produced, that was for the first semester, I produced podcasts, and like introductory podcasts, 15-minute podcasts to a certain topic that we were investigating in our curriculum. And I asked the students if this was okay for them, if they liked this form of communication, and they were surprisingly very happy with it, saying that, that it takes communication to this much more private and much more personal level, as if you were speaking directly into the other's ear. And, that got me thinking about how that might impact the arts as well, and how, for example, more people writing texts would try to somehow reflect this new impact of sound on our senses, which is a result of this situation that the pandemic has produced. But again, these are just very recent thoughts that I've been trying to investigate, and I think we will see that impact, that change reflected in the art that is being produced now. All right, I give it back.
Thank you for, thank you for all this, all that knowledge. I guess it's clear, and somehow I still like to hear more. Joanne from England would like to say something.
Hi, as you say, I'm Joanne, and I'm just going to start off by saying that I have been worrying all week about joining this dialogue, because I'm quite shy, and I've been worrying, thinking, what am I going to say? Am I going to be able to contribute anything? So I just want to get that out. And I think one of the guidelines that we had was that we should just bring ourselves. So I thought, right, I'm just going to bring myself. I think I can relate a little to what Sophia said about perhaps how over the past year sound has been moving up the hierarchy a little. When I think about me personally in the past year, little things like how I've been much more aware of the sounds of nature around me. And I have taken part in one or two events quite similar to this that have been very much about learning to develop the skill of listening to each other, which I think generally in society, in many conversations, I know me personally, it can be quite difficult to actually just sit back and listen. But I think also something that I've been trying to develop over the past year, it's not only about listening to others, but about listening to what's going on inside me. And so in situations like this, when maybe I'm quite nervous and my heart's racing, my mind goes completely blank. I just have to come back and think and listen to what's going on inside me in this moment, and to just share with everyone exactly what's going on, and just hopefully that will lead somewhere. So at this point, I'm hoping I'm going to be able to contribute a little bit more to what's relevant in terms of the arts, but that's where I am right now. So there's my rainbow.
I'm happy to see you participating, Joanne, and I think you're doing much better than you think. So you don't need to worry about that. But I totally agree that we have learned to listen a lot. And all of our learnings always come with kind of decisions and choices. And I think that is the difference between the world turning the other way around and us doing something on last year. Because when the world moves, when the world does anything, when Earth is alive, then it's something that we cannot agree on. And the wind blows and the sun is on and the night is on. But I think when it's a human world, that we can come to an agreement, and we can come to agreement to stop or halt everything that we do, or we can agree on meeting right here on this little dialogue event. But the world doesn't stop in that sort of way. And I think when it comes to transforming something, returning back to the topic, I think that last year has taught us that human worlds or human civilization has this possibility and has this opportunity to transform things according to the way that we want, but also it has taught us that we need to be responsible towards what we do and how we do it. And I very much agree that sometimes when you are in front of responsible deeds, you need to listen, you need to look around, you need to maybe see what's been done before, and then you make the decision. And thus this opportunity for us to make less mistakes and less the worlds that we've done in the last probably 365 days. I wish that we could listen more, not only to each other, but listen more to the surroundings. I'm not sure if the world sounds different now. I think the world sounds the same, despite it being upside down. We are the people who sound different.
Try number 2. Europe, can you hear me? Oh, well, amazing. And there was sound, that's a big development already. So spring today started here in Tallinn with snowstorm. So already the feeling that the world is turning the other way around, we have it here constantly. And in a way, those examples in music, I guess a great example was a year ago, was it in Italy, when people started playing music on balconies exactly at the same time? Such a nice way to break through those boundaries in a safe way. I work in a theater field, so there are quite many people in my profession who really feel that the world is turning the other way around and it's not good for theater. So there is big fear, big fear about what will happen with theater and what will come out of it, because always the first thing is to say the most important thing about theater is the human contact, really being together. And when that's not allowed, then what's the point? To do it over Zoom or any other way, or only as an audio thing, only with voice, it's not the same thing. But well, gladly everything is transforming, and we are capable of transforming anything. Some countries in Europe, it really has been that they haven't been able to do theater for audience for a whole year. Mm-hmm. So they have been forced to transform themselves or change the field, go to music if they have any talent in there, or write or do something else. And they have found very, very nice ways. But I'm curious, you're talking about listening to yourself. A year ago, when unbelievably suddenly, everything got closed. Of course, it was a big shock, but always they were like friends or other artistic people, they were saying like, but it's actually a good time. You can take time off. You can do soul searching. You can read books. You can watch Netflix. You can listen to music. You can do everything. But only what I experienced is that there is even more job work. There is this unbelievable preparing for next project and next project and next project. And I have to say, so few books I haven't read as in last year. So I'm curious about you. Have you really had time in this time to really listen to itself? Okay, Jan, you already said you listen to nature, and so you had this. Or are you is somebody really feeling that world has somehow a little bit slowed down? Okay, not turning another direction, but a little bit slowed down. Or is it actually going even faster because now we're all connected through Zoom and all the other places? The stick back.
A little short comment before going over to Sophia. I think the world has gained this unbalanced field. There are sectors of months where nothing much is going on, but still everything is okay. And then there are some gaps within a year where everything is going on, and then they just intervene with each other.
Okay. Let me just very briefly reflect on our actual meeting or dialogue. The very format that has been offered is in a way very special because, well, maybe I missed something, but I found it very refreshing, in fact, that I didn't know who I was going to be talking to. I don't know, maybe I should have seen it somewhere, but I think the idea was that we didn't know, right, whom we were going to talk to. And in a way, that's very refreshing because it goes against, and this is, you know, what connects to what Louisa said in the beginning, you know, it goes against the grain of internet culture, because, you know, what do you do when you immediately, when you know who is going to be a participant in your panel, is you Google them. And then you already have certain preconceptions when you enter the room, the space. You already know a lot of things about the others, and in fact, I don't know anything about you, and I find that pretty refreshing in a way, because, you know, one of the whole points of dialogue is that, you know, if you're interested in the people with whom you are in the same space as I am in this case, like, I would very much like to know a little bit about your background. I know that Jonida is in film. By now know that Mikkel is in theater. I don't know anything about all the others, but and it would be really nice to hear a little bit about that. But I think this is very important in terms of turning towards the other and really listening to the other and opening yourself up to the other without any preconceptions, you know, without any pre-existing informations and all that we're all so used to having. And this is where I'd like to connect to what Michael said a moment ago about the dire straits that especially people, or not especially, but also people in the arts find themselves. Like, for instance, in Hungary, the government has not offered any government funding for alternative theaters, for instance, a lot of, or artists, for that matter, any kind of art, not just alternative theaters, but any kind of art making. And that, of course, has put the alternative art scene in a very difficult, if not impossible situation. A lot of theater groups, for instance, have been forced to close down, and a lot of other. But the theaters that are being funded by either the city or the government are in a similarly difficult situation, because all of them have been forced to create alternative forms of communicating with the public. Like, I'll give you just one example. One of
I think, yeah, you're back.
Okay.
Are you? It's frozen. Something frozen.
Yeah, technology is friend of humankind.
We have to break an ice. It was just a nice breakup.
Yeah. I'm not on Wi-Fi, so I don't think it's the problem with my internet. But in fact, I see you're all back, and I hope you can hear me. Just very briefly to finish what I started is that a lot of theaters and other type artists have been to and try to find other channels of communication with the public. Like one theater invented that for those who apply, for those who register, their actors would call them on the phone, like only sound, and recite a poem. And that was a big thrill for people, that this very famous artist, actor, calls you on your private phone, and then you
It happens.
Nothing. Nothing sounded.
Okay, I'll give it back.
I want to keep the pace of the dialogue, so every time someone drops the 1 Peter, I take it off. I wanted to reflect to Sophia's example that this feels very strange and different to talk with people that you do not know, and the opportunity of digital world has given us this sort of way of doing that. But I know that there are many other forms in the pre-Zoom era that very much lingered on such sort of method of communicating with people you do not know. And probably you've heard of Theodor Zeldin. And Theodor Zeldin is a well-known writer, philosopher, anthropologist, etc. And he had these feasts of strangers that you would come to in a city, and you would meet people you usually do not know, and there wouldn't be even a chance to speak with them about anything that is related about their personal life, but there would be this sort of a menu. And you open a menu, and the menu would go very much similarly to this first question about the world turning the other way around. And there would be a possibility to meet not 50, but just one person you literally do not know, and you could choose to speak about your personal life, or you could choose to speak about everything that's on the menu. And then I went back to the idea that the art world has always been this sort of there's a reason why we talk about avant-garde, very much relating to the art world or cinema or literature. I think the avant-garde, or the frontliners or the pioneers of everything that's been going on, are always the artists, and they always try to transform. They returning back to the idea, to whatever we do. And I think last year, regarding theater, regarding art, regarding cinema, has been this sort of a great avant-garde movement of form. And if not the artists, if not the creative industries, if not the world around us, we would still be looking for questions. But I need to say thanks to all of the creative beings on this world that have tried to find solutions. And there could be performances via phone call, there could be performances in your screen, there could be performances where you take part in your own. But I think we need to say great thanks to all of the creative minds that try to, of course, work around their own hurdles and difficulties in last year, but they actually gave us a chance to transform our bad days into something that kind of helps us cope with the situation. And looking back at what has happened around here in Latvia and looking back at what has happened around the globe within the creative industries, I'm just seeing this being a very interesting topic to be researched in the next 10 years of what kind of avant-garde of shape, avant-garde of form has been taking place now. And yeah, there's so much going on now that I simply can't grasp. So I'm very much looking forward to what kind of books will be written about this time, the new era of form, but probably not. Probably we're just gonna go back to our great capitalistic world.
I mean, you got me thinking both your comments, right? Starting with Michael, sorry. Apologies, I know what it's like to have your name mispronounced constantly. I mean, we set the bar pretty high for what transformation might mean, and then, started talking about how wonderful art and artists and creative types can be in order to make us, to help us cope with our transformed realities. But we're still not getting to anything like addressing the issue of what a new art that might really speak to this experience could potentially look like. Because the problem is this, right? For the past, since forever, but at least let's talk about the past 3 decades, right? Transformation has been implicit in so much writing about art, artistic projects, artworks, artistic practices, right? It has been explicit in a lot of cases, but implicit in so many others. In my own writing, for example, I'm an academic, actually, I'm not a filmmaker. In my own writing, it is constantly implicit. It's there, even when it's not spoken or addressed in an explicit form. The truth is that we did undergo this tremendous change, this tremendous shift, which shouldn't have been so surprising, because obviously scientists, epidemiologists were warning for years that we were due an epidemic, and yet the art world was completely caught by surprise. Completely caught by surprise. In fact, in 2020, there was a quickness to try and respond to what was happening in the moment, immediately, and those responses were, in 90% of the cases, were so bad. I mean, like already 1 year later, they look so rushed, so immature, even, so bad. So I think, we have to confront that, that dilemma about contemporary art specifically. That's why I put the sort of 30-year marker, also coming from Eastern Europe. And we have to confront the dilemma. We've been talking about transformation. The world goes through this horrendous shift, you know what I mean? The art world is totally caught unprepared. And of course, there's the aspect of it, which is about precariousness and how do you survive financially? How do you keep producing projects? How do you make sure people get to see them? There's that aspect. But on a kind of existential level. You know, there's been an inability to respond to the challenge, and that's a big problem. And I think we need to sort of devise the tools and the mechanisms and strategies to start to rise to the challenge and respond to the challenge of this new reality. And I think we've kind of started to see that happen a little bit, but we're not near yet. And the world might not change. I mean, I think it has changed actually dramatically. You know, not for the better, but it has changed dramatically. But those changes do demand a new kind of art, actually, rather than one that just soothes us and makes it possible to get through the day. Yeah, I'll put it back now. Sorry.
I think the biggest change that took place in the art world were non-fungible tokens. These are these little digital entities that you can sell, and probably, you know, all memes. And so someone buys the rights to the meme and then creates the meme exhibition. And I think this is what kind of became very popular in last months of art worlds, that you cannot exhibit paintings, no one is coming and looking at sculptures, so you have these non-fungible tokens, these digital entities that you try to sell and buy. But there is a moment that I'd like to say that not everything that's been done in the last year has been terrible in art worlds, and I think very much depends on the market. I think it very much depends on the market, because there are some countries and there are some communities where art is literally just a market. It doesn't have much of a purpose of becoming the Prometheus of something, of becoming the transformer of human thought. And if there's a market, if something happens, there's a crash. And I think this is what happened in the last year. But in Latvia, there is not much of a market. Art and culture still very much works towards the community and towards new shapes, new forms and discussion. And it went so well from the theatre perspective that we actually had, and theatre in Latvia is very strong. It's very, very known, and our theatre directors are known in Europe and elsewhere. And the theatre performers were actually producing so much of the good stuff, internet, hybrid, or anything, that it created a special field in the Latvian Theatre Awards called the online event, because there was so much good things that actually they couldn't simply forget about it, they couldn't ignore. And then there were window exhibitions in Riga, because artists couldn't expose themselves in galleries, and we actually had around 10 window exhibitions in May and June, before the curfew, before the lockdown was lifted. And I must agree that the art world and the creative perspective was so selfish, not really the word for that, but it was completely away. The art world was selfless at some sort of point. It was very much giving it to the world, very much trying to keep everybody happy. And only then, by the end of the year, a lot of discussions started. So I think if the market is very much related around the art world, there's of course a crash. But if the artwork or anything that is created, anything that's creative is within the community or owned by the community, and then I'm saying this from the perspective of a post-Soviet country where art belongs to people, and then we still have this little thing in there within our community. And sometimes it's bad, but I think sometimes it's good that everything that is created, it still strives to transform all of the people, still tries to be to all the people, still doesn't or does not want to be created only for the elite or consumed by the elite. And I think if you go this sort of way, if art is commune, if art is shared, if culture is shared, theatre is shared, and the feelings about cinema is shared, I think there is a big opportunity for us to transform all of together. not only just 1% of people that have the ability of buying art. Yeah, that's a long monologue.
Hi, I've had a few thoughts listening to you. I think firstly what Sophia was talking about how she's curious about all of our backgrounds. And something that I have found over the past year in taking part in events like this is that I've actually found it quite refreshing not knowing about anyone's backgrounds, but also not having people know about my background and where I'm from. It used to be the case where if I was in social situations, the questions that I would always dread are, what do you do for a living? Are you married? Do you have a family? All of those kinds of questions. And I would just dread them. And so it's been nice over the past year not having to tell people anything about me. So I hope you don't mind, Sophia, but I'm not going to reveal too much. I think, but what I will only say is that I'm not involved in the arts field in any way. So I'm kind of a bit of a black sheep, I think. I hope some of you understand what that means, but sort of the outsider within our group. So although I'm not involved in producing the arts in any way or researching them, I have always enjoyed consuming the arts. I mean, I used to regularly go to art galleries, museums and the like. And yet I've noticed over the past year that I haven't missed going, and I have found that quite sad, and I've been reflecting on why. And I think one of the reasons is that because I often went to all these different places on my own, although I might have been surrounded by thousands of people, I often found it quite a lonely experience. Whereas over the past year, I have been consuming different arts online. I've been watching live streamed ballets and theatre productions, and I've taken part in online dance classes, which have been hilarious. And luckily on Zoom, you can turn off your video so no one could see me. But I think something that I've enjoyed is the interaction that I've had with other people watching the productions. And on one occasion, I recall that I was watching a ballet, and just in the chat, I was chatting along to someone. And without realising it, I was chatting to the lead ballerina that was in this ballet. And I just thought, wow, that would never have happened if I'd actually attended a ballet sort of in real life. And so I am starting to wonder, sort of when things start returning to normal, when I can start going back to the theatre and the galleries, will I want to? And part of me thinks, yes, I do want to, but I want it to be different, because I want to have that dialogue, that conversation and connection with people when I go, but I'm not too sure how that could happen. But I think what we're doing here, speaking openly about our experiences and connecting with each other, I'd somehow like that to translate to the arts, and as consumers to actually, how can we connect with each other? So yeah, that's my thoughts for now.
Thanks. I'm not sure how we are with time, so I just wanted to also bring myself back to you and a perspective of. I'm very grateful for everything that this program and project is proposing. I was also very surprised with the different backgrounds, and that now seems to be like also personally also the way I've been experiencing work and life in theater. And yes, this inner voice of music is almost necessary to write for musical scores. There are many ways and perspectives of understanding it. We could talk about many authors and writers, and also theorists. Pierre Schaeffer, it's an interesting one, for example, for object sonore. He takes, because we are talking about that as well, so layers of listening. If you want to get deep on this research, that could be interesting. I think that's for you, Joanne. I wish I was thinking more, but yeah, theater and writing and that's our market of this supermarket we go every day and or every week, and what we do simply genuinely, I guess, at least that's how I'm seeing it now at the moment. The initial question I had, like a list of others that could bring to some sense as well. So after thinking about the world spinning and the sound, if those, because we are living in this pandemic and languages are really getting different. You might think about systems, you might be thinking about concrete poetry, you might think about writing different systems of sequence of notes and sounds, and so everything might change every time. That's the energy, I guess, and so our changes articulated in ideas of movements out of patterns, so everything is a repetition, or do we change those patterns? How is global warming affecting art and cultural activities? Global warming, I'm already thinking about climate changes and the tempo of the music and the music itself, which has also an inner tempo. So yeah, we are giving inspiration all the time and saying things, and we are like muses of production. Everyone who is in this with this inner interest, I mean, somehow. I just wanted to bring this in the end to a point, actually, also to think of all those environmental catastrophes and transformations of the weather, whether this would change also the course of art and music, or how can this be connected, and how can in the end an orchestra be comparable to a company, to an industry, to those sponsors, to people who is articulating and moving, exchange coins, and how does this reach us, or how does this reach the production of the theater, and so on. And yeah, that was a brainstorm. I wanted to, and I'm very thankful for everything that you. Thanks for listening, and also thank you for saying everything that you've said somehow naturally. You know, that I cannot come back to myself somehow. I'm not used to this internet life. But anyway, it has been productive, and I'm glad that I could participate and talk to you, simply random by chance, and would be nice to continue somehow just with Solidialogues, or wonder, or moments matter, or with ourselves. I just dropped my my portfolio online there for whoever is interested about it. It's easy to Google ourselves nowadays, I guess. If we have the interest, we get there. The genuine curiosities is taking us, bringing us there somehow.
I'd just like to thank the organizers for inviting us, and to you all participating in this conversation. I really enjoyed this format for the said reasons, because yes, Joanne, I did find it very refreshing, like I said, and I enjoyed talking to you. And I think, to take up on what you said, that you hope that we're going to return to what we had previously, but with a difference, which reminds me of one of Gertrude Stein's famous dictums, that life is repetition with a difference. And I think that the difference is something that needs to be incorporated into art willy-nilly because of the situation. And this is what is going to bring, and has already brought to a certain extent, a transformation of the molds with which we think about the production of art. So there is, I think, even though the situation is not a welcome one, but it is here. This is a lot of you have. Oh, we have to get out of the way, so I'll just close and say goodbye and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for the session. It was beautiful to hear all this diversity, and just hearing how this came together. Since this became a content in your dialogue, the question also, the point of Sophia that went into the center, the invitation was very much intended not to reveal who is coming. This was intentional. What you will get now that you also have seen everybody and seen the names, is you'll get an email just between you with the context and the names of people. So this is entirely up to you how you would like to proceed it. I will drop here on the private chat a link for a survey, since we would really love to hear how this experience was for you, how you experienced the session, how you experienced the format, because we want to grow this initiative, and it would be really lovely to hear. With that, I will get the talking piece back from the center and say a big thank you for your time. Thank you, Luisa, for holding space. Thank you for all of you for co-creating the dialogue. And see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
We have about 2 minutes to do like just check the sound, if everybody can hear okay and also be heard. Don't know if you want to just like speak one time and see if everybody hears everybody.
Yeah, I seem to be. Can you hear me? Good. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me as well?
Yeah.
I think I can hear me.
Sounds like everybody can be heard. Perfect. So my name is Breno. Nice to meet you. I am right now in Antwerp, in Belgium, and I am the host of the room for you. I'm going to be in the background, not actively in the dialogue with you, but if you need anything, you can access me here via the private chat.
A link here for you.
There's repeating, maybe just go mute.
Yeah, no, I just needed to turn something off. Sorry. I was just turning off my things in the background so
Perfect.
they wouldn't
But
make any noise.
That is great because it helps us to, it reminds us. So the focus here is really about listening. So I'll ask you when you're not speaking to turn your mic on mute, and this will help the interaction. It's a little bit different how we are proposing the talking and the speaking and hearing. So basically you can grab anything around you that you have as a talking piece. For example, I have here a little brush, yeah, and I will place this in the middle, in between all of us. And whoever wants to speak, you feel the urge to speak, you go with your hand like this towards the camera and grab it, and then you bring it to yourself. And with that, you have the right to speak. The others listen. Basically, this is for us to focus on the listening, yeah. Without further ado, now we are on time. I will give the piece to Grace, who is the facilitator of this session. She's going to give a short introduction in the beginning to talk a little bit about the theme. But just wanted to remind you that so the C topic is solidarity as a practice. Yeah? But this can go way beyond that. This is simply to start. Wherever it goes is where you lead it as co-creators of this dialogue. About 10 minutes before the end, I'm going to write here in the chat again, remind you of the time, so you slowly wrap up. And Grace, I'm just going to ask you, after your introduction, for you to do any kind of sound to start the dialogue, yeah, and place the piece in the middle. And then when the dialogue comes to a closure, you also do the same sound to mark the closure of it. And then I will still come in the screen to say goodbye to all of you. It can be any kind of sound. Yeah, if you don't have anything that makes a sound around you, you can clap. Okay?
So I'm going to make a sound at the beginning and at the end.
Exactly. So after your introduction, you do a sound to start the actual dialogue, the interaction, and then when you close the dialogue as well. Okay? So I see you in about 60 minutes again. Have a lovely dialogue. Bye-bye.
All right. Solidarity in practice. So there's a couple of things I want to do a little. I've been watching the talks, and I've noticed they start at the beginning, and then they continue, and they kind of all get to around the same place. So I want to start from where I've been hearing those talks leave off, so that we can kind of, so even though we're completely different people and we may have not even be the right people to be talking about those topics, I want to sort of look at some of the themes that I saw coming up and continue from there. So that's one thing I want to do a little bit differently. I'm also going to, because it's solidarity in practice, ask people to speak from what they're practicing so that it doesn't get really theoretical. Because I noticed a lot of these things that I was watching is like, oh, democracy should change, but not like, this is what I'm doing in my environment. So because this is solidarity in practice, and you don't have to, but my guideline is, let's talk about what we are and aren't doing rather than some theory. And so, yeah, so and be specific and relevant. So what could you be doing? Even if it's like, I wish I were doing this, but I hadn't thought about this as my own responsibility, but now that we're talking, right? And so And so the places where I'm seeing us leave off, and I'm gonna exaggerate it a little bit, but what I'm seeing people say is that the current systems are broken. Like every institution, journalism, democracy, the financial system, everything is broken. And we can't count on them. And we need to build something, or someone somewhere out there needs to build something new. And again, I'm going to bring it back. Like, that's it. We're the 5 people in the room. We're the only people who are going to build whatever it is. And maybe we can get some resources from them. Like, we might be able to get some grant from those corrupt institutions and build our new thing with their grant. But mostly we might have to invent our own new form of money, or maybe it won't be money. It could be something else. I mean, it's just an invention. So I'm going to start from, okay, we all know the systems we've got are going to be, they're failing. If we were going to build something from the ground up, and for each of us, the ground looks different, whatever ground we're in, whether it's in Moscow or Amsterdam or Toronto or Helsinki, right? Here we are on our ground, trying to build the new thing, knowing what we know from the past and trying to think about what it is. And so to start it off, I'm going to keep holding my stick. I'm going to start off by reading a passage from the Pali Canon. It's very well known. The world is swept away. It does not endure. The world offers no shelter. There is no one in charge. The world has nothing of its own. One has to pass on, leaving everything behind. And so with that, I shall make a sound, boing, 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 and put the stick in the middle.
So good morning and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Grace, for the great introduction. I'm actually very interested in this idea of the practices. And for me, one of them is actually being part of this dialogue. And I feel the need to talk to others is something very important, and especially others that are beyond, let's say, my agenda of contacts, right? So I keep discussing the same topics with the same people, and we arrive to similar conclusions, and then we have the similar conversation a couple of months later when another piece of news breaks out. So for me, this idea of having the chance of actually meeting somewhat with people whom I don't know anything about, but we have a shared interest and a purpose, is actually one of the practices that is very important. And in the same way that I'm very reticent about some practices that may happen in the virtual environment, I think the virtual environment also allows me from Canada right now being with you at this point. So I would just say this as a starting point.
Well, I'll talk about my practices. And I've been involved in these ideas of new forms of democracy since the Arab Spring. I'm Israeli, although I live in Slovenia, because I could kind of see everything was crumbling. And I thought I better go somewhere where nothing is happening. So that's a practice. And knowing that I was working on new forms of democracy, working in the cryptocurrency industry, and knowing that I wanted to be in a country where I would feel relatively safe, being sort of a revolutionary, right? And working and saying the things that I say out loud, and holding cryptocurrencies and using them for money instead of using the regular system. So I chose this place, which has a very, very small standing army and is of no geopolitical importance, and is quite crypto friendly and has a lot of technology. And so that's kind of a practice that I do. And I've been exploring new forms of economy and new forms of money, and I haven't produced much. But what I have been doing is creating these kinds of, and Gabrielle said about this, like these dialogues, these 6 weeks workshops where people come together who are either creating community currencies, working in the cryptocurrency industry, creating AI systems, creating all these online systems, and bringing together people from different disciplines and sort of putting together a curriculum for us to talk through what we're developing and get feedback from other people developing those types of things. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been speaking and writing, and I feel very frustrated. I have to say, like, for me, the gap is I'd really like to be creating my own community or being able to work with, I actually developed a framework for eco-villages to interact without money, to create their own monetary, not monetary, but non-monetary system. And I'm very frustrated in like the amount of money I would need in order to actually make that happen. And like, how do I get the resources for that? Like from the, you know, again, trying to take like, okay, some resources from the old system to create the new system. And so that's where I feel like I've been falling short, is that I'm talking more than practicing. That's me.
Yeah, let me also talk about my practice, because when I'm thinking about solidarity and about what I'm doing, I'm running biennial of contemporary art, the Ural Industrial Biennial in Russia. And actually it's my real practice of building the artistic society. And now we are heading to the 6th edition. And, you know, after this COVID, I'm realized that this International Biennial Association, the association of people who run biennial all over the world, it was my survival kit through all these COVID times. And I'm realized that it's incredible community of people who actually not only like working with artists, provide spaces for curators, like build real the situation, but it's also people who ready to come and to talk. And we, you know, normally we have like 2 meetings per year, but during COVID we met every 2 weeks, and it was incredible. And it was really I realized that what does it mean network, you know, and it's unbelievable how great it is. It's yeah, maybe my input for this first solidarity.
You're still on mute, so we're not hearing you.
No, but
oh, now I hear you. Now we hear you.
Yeah, am I supposed to unmute myself, or are you going to unmute me?
I do not have the power.
You do not have the power. Oh, yeah. My practice is a bit from the past. I'm retired, and the personal solidarity is to be fully supportive and solidary with my partner, who lives in the nursing home now and is demented and incontinent. But in the past, I did self-help therapies, peer support therapies, and that is an alternative system in which people can develop new ways of thinking and feeling and behaving. And you make that group safe and allow people to feel and express themselves, and then wonderful things happen. And it is good to be in a system where people have skills to change themselves and help other people to change there. And in the past, as a young man, I had a small idea about solidarity, that if you love your spouse, your partner, and a kid or two, that is quite something. More is hardly possible. And but in groups like this, and women's liberation groups, and racial liberation groups, you create a group and a structure and a supportive theory and skills in which you can develop in a safe way. And that is, I think, very important. That if you say the system is broken, okay, but build an alternative system and use an alternative liberation theory, so you can help yourself and help other people effectively.
Hey, good afternoon from Helsinki. I was trying to think of my practices, and I'm the director of a Goethe-Institut here in Helsinki, in Finland, and I have been thinking a lot about the thing of equality, which is actually not equal, and how we can practice solidarity within a structure that is not equal. So I'll try to give an example. When we have, for example, a discussion that we organize and we invite people, different voices from different perspectives to discuss on a topic, and we have someone coming from an institution that has a full-time job being paid 100%, and we invite an activist, and we invite another person that might be due to Corona in a half-time job or just being paid less in the last year. So the starting positions are just not the same. And very often, at least as institutions, we decide to, okay, we have a budget of, I don't know, 500 euros. We have 100 for the moderator and 100 for each participant, and we just distribute equally and think that we are being very equal, like dealing with everyone with the same way. But it's the situation is not equal, and I've been thinking, like, how could we be more, I don't know, would it be through more transparency maybe, or just open up a budget and tell the ones that we invited to kind of find a way of how to subdivide this budget? Or I don't have a solution at this moment, but I've just been thinking a lot about it. I mean, we have been also within this questions of structural discrimination, structural racism. It's very clear that some of us within our societies do emotional labor that others don't. So, and they are not paid for it. So this is something that just came up in my head in regards to practice. Yeah.
So that's really kind of it's this is one of the things that I found when I'm talking with people, is that, you know, so the presumption I said is it's all falling apart, right? So you might talk about structural inequality, but like the structure's dying. And then we're trying to fix a structure that's dying, and we're trying to use money to fix the structure that's dying, or like talking about the equal distribution of money. And we know that money isn't going to end up equally distributed because of the system we're in. And so, you know, again, it's like bringing us back to, okay, well, what would I do if there was no structure, and where do we think about that? And for me, that journey has been in, you know, this idea of, again, I work in the cryptocurrency, and I've been saying to people, like, look, where are you growing the food? You know, where's the farm? We can't have our own economic system unless our economic system, let's say the separate broken off economic system, has food and has electricity and has water. And we all know that the thing we need the most is the relationships with the people. around us, and we know that money won't do that. So we've got that, right? We've got this kind of group of people that are thinking a little bit alike, and we can talk about whether that's good or bad, but that want to break off. And then it's like, so I've been going back to this idea of all right, where's the food going to come from? So that if the government starts coming to me with more and more, because again, this came up in a lot of the talks, like the government is being more and more restrictive and putting all these crazy things. And now there's going to be digital money that they'll know what you did with your money, and they'll control you through your phone. And what will it take for me to be able to say, no, I'm out. I'm out. And I've been thinking about that. Like, really, what should I buy a farm and go there with some of my friends? Like, what is the resilience I'm going to need when the system starts becoming more and more oppressive? And what am I doing on a personal level? Like I said, I really have been talking to these eco villages and talking to my friends about, maybe we should buy a farm together, because I want to be in a position where I can say to the government, no, as our governments are all becoming more and more irrational. I'm just going to call it. And I don't think that there's some evil conspiracy. I just think there's a deterioration, and anybody competent doesn't want to go there. And the competent people, I think in every government in the world, like the ministers who are competent just keep quitting because they're like, and so there's a deterioration in competency. So what will it take for me to create a community around me of people who together we can create something and say, yeah, we're opting out? And maybe none of you are thinking that way, but yeah, that's my thinking.
I would just to add something, but it's interesting to hear you saying about like the reflection about opting out. I've been very recently exposed to kind of like the ideas of Donna Haraway, and what she's suggesting is stay in the problem, stay in the trouble, because if we don't stay in the trouble, then the trouble will be occupied, but those who have maybe a different direction than the one that you are proposing, no? I think staying in the travel is not easy though, and at the same time, staying in the travel requires us being part of many relationships, right? So understanding us in terms of our interrelations. Without that, like pretending to stay in the travel by yourself is like an impossible mission. But staying in the travel requires, and I think this connects a little bit with what Rolf was pointing out and what Alisa's experience too about networks. So how do we stay in the travel together? No, how do we unlearn together to stay in the travel and hopefully kind of like propose and shift the conversation? But these are kind of like where my recent ideas are about.
Yeah, maybe continue on that. Staying with the travel is also a little bit what I have been thinking on being within an institution. So can you actually not solve maybe, but at least like change things within? Because of course it's an option to go somewhere else and to get out of the system and so on, but it's definitely not an option for everybody. It's even a privilege to have the option to go out of it, right? So yeah, how to stay within and still change, and also maybe even celebrate the little things that are possible, and also talk about it and distribute the knowledge, like what you achieved. I mean, if we find a way to distribute this money for one panel session between 4 guests in a more just way, maybe, or more solidarian way, then how to give that knowledge forward. Yeah.
I'm thinking now about all these limitations and possibilities of a big project, because we always face this discussion of what does it mean to do a big project as a biennial. And of course, it is an institution, so it is a project, but inside how it's organized, how we deal with it on an everyday basis, of course, it's an institution. But at the same time, I feel that it's such a privilege maybe not to be a museum and to be very flexible in terms of what just every 2 years you have such a freedom to choose, okay, what do you want to do, what are your goals, what's actually how you would shape it. And it's not only depends on curators, but we are really try to be very sensitive of what does it mean this local specific nowadays, because within this 10 years history, of course, it changed a lot. And if with the first biennial, it was even about common language, what does it mean contemporary art? And because it's a biennial, not actually in Moscow, but in Ekaterinburg, in Ural region, in a very, like, okay, it's 2.5 million people in Ekaterinburg, but still it's not a city which used to be full of contemporary art since the beginning. And now we count, for example, the contemporary art history of more than 50 years, and we can consider non-conformism art as our history as well. But making a long story short, I just wanted to tell that, within this time, we kind of knitting this different role of ourselves for the community. And for example, for us, it was a great achievement when we could, for example, pay local artists same money for the production as for international artists whom we can support with the support of Goethe-Institut or Mondrian or Institut Français or other institutions which are which were ready to support, right, their national representatives. But it was a big fight to create these local opportunities with the local artists from Ekaterinburg. And it was only with the third biennial we found the foundation for the sponsorship of local artists to be paid same amount of money, and also have the similar, let's say, possibilities to create the project for to do same production. And it's and we consider it as a very important also statement from our biennials that we actually made this possible and keep going with the same line.
I have seen lots of alternative projects and communes and all kinds of groups wanting to do something alternative, and lots of those initiatives failed. And I think that there is something missing. First place, people are still in a mindset of we are against enemies, and they treat people who have conflicting opinion within the group also easily as enemies. So what would be the way to proceed? I think I suggest is accept each other as co-humans, as trying to solve things, and accept differences of opinions, anger, conflicts as a normal thing, not as something which needs to be an explosion of the group, or having people flee away and things. So there should be some way to work differences to do some emotional cleansing, emotional openness, and yeah, that is my prejudice maybe as a psychologist, that without a procedure like that, it won't work as well.
Oh, there's so many different threads here, and I really love that thing about the, I mean, most ventures do fail, and, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that there is something in what you're saying about, we've lost these rituals, right? Like religions had these rituals. How do you forgive people of their sins? And who do you go to moderate? And now it's like this kind of, moral relativism, and, all of those rituals were just silly old things, and we've lost that ability to resolve conflict. And that kind of leads me to this next inquiry that I had considered, which is a lot of what we do, if we're doing something inside of a paid institution, then we can pay people to be on board with our projects. But as a lot of people in my industry, in crypto or in, new forms of democracy or eco-villages, welcome back, Isabel. I'm glad you recharged your device. As we're doing these projects that are not inside of paid institutions, what I'm finding more and more is that people are like, if they don't like it, they want to do their own thing, and we all have our own idea of what the right thing is. And as long as I'm volunteering, it's like, well, I'm going to do my thing, I'm not going to do your thing. And then you get all these fractionalized little projects until one of them raises money, and then it can pay people, and then, and I feel like there's value in both, right? Because we're trying to experiment with new forms of value and new forms of democracy and new forms of social cohesion. It's great there's multiple experiments. But on the other hand, we also want to strike this balance and like, well, if we're not doing it together, then it's just me and me. And so I'm interested to hear also in your own practices, and what's happened for me is really, I haven't been able to overcome that. And so I teach these workshops, and people feel a sense of cohesion, and there is a weekly call, and people continue to come, and there's like a little online community. But actually everybody who's gone through the workshop is doing their own separate thing instead of coming together on a thing or joining one of the leaders. And so I haven't overcome that problem. And I've like I said, it's kind of like a poor substitute. Okay, let me help educate people about this. But I feel like there's a higher level of cohesion that I'm seeking that I haven't broken through in that area. So yeah, are you seeing the same thing in your areas? Like, oh, everybody's doing their own thing unless you pay them, or, how do we bring ourselves together in these movements? Because it seems like we all want, we all are moving towards this same, higher level of consciousness, better democracy, taking care of the people of, all the people of the world so they don't go hungry. We seem to agree on the basics, but it's like, no, but my way. And we're allowed to go in any order. I like that we went in different orders each time.
Radical thinking. I think like we actually have to try out more and just do like yeah, I also feel that very often it's we talk about like also in workshops, which are actually workshops, right? You should actually work on stuff. And I feel like, for example, in institutions, you do this a lot with children and young people, and they really just do stuff. And they try out. I'm just at the moment, I have my two children starting kind of a little feminist group in the school, and they're just trying out things. I mean, we are in Finland, probably one of the countries that at least says that it is one of the most equal ones, but it is. I mean, I'm not Finnish myself, so. But it is a very equal country, and still you recognize in very small things that there is machism, and there and that girls and boys are not treated the same, not even talking about other genders besides a binary system. So, just they're trying things out, try to involve one teacher that might be sensible for that topic. Yeah, I feel like also in regards to what we have passed through the whole last year, it's a laboratory situation in which we all encounter ourselves. So why not also do out of our work and what we do also laboratory? You always can somehow adjust and do okay. And then what you were saying, like you did wrong, you apologize and you try again. Yeah.
I totally agree with all these ideas. I also think, though, that for this to happen, we need a lot of unlearning. And I think this is the challenge, is that the unlearning that needs to happen before. And I don't know where this unlearning happens, I think. And I think, yeah. And then the other thing is related to what Rilov pointed out on his intervention. I really like this idea of accepting others and accepting the difference as part of this process, which I think is part of the unlearning that we need to do. We are used to having consensus, no? Everyone, maybe not, and that's fine. We can still advance together. But there's this idea of the Zapatistas that says un mundo en el que puedan caber muchos mundos, which is a world where many worlds fit. I don't know if my translation is perfect. You can look for the official one afterwards. But I think this is the only actually way forward, because none of the words is like purity would not take, is not solidarity, like at any means, no? So.
I just wanted to add something here because I just come up in my mind in a lot of institutions that work worldwide, there has been always the sentence of to work on an eye level. I don't know if you say it, I mean, in German you say it, auf Augenhöhe. So on eye level you work, and I'm very small, so I'm never on eye level with all the other people. And I think we have to consider this difference. So it's just wrong said, and we have to adapt ourselves to come into a dialogue with each other, but we are not. Yeah, there are differences, and they have to be considered, and then they can cohabit, right?
Yeah, I mean, this really touches, and with both what Gabriela said and Isabel, is on something that I heard in one of the previous sessions about this diversity, has been one of the things, and inclusion. And I've studied immigrant history of the United States, and I've noticed this, and of course Israel is a country of immigrants. And first generation immigrants tend to live in their little bubbles. And then their children want to have nothing to do with it. They want to pretend they don't belong to that immigrant society. And then the third generation gets really curious. Oh, where are my roots from? And this is very, very common, and you see it all over the place. And it appears like that's an adaptive behavior. Like when you first come to a new country, you want to be with, and here I am, right? I'm living in another country, and I found also living in Israel, a lot of my friends, about half of them were from, where I was from. And it's an adaptive behavior. It's like, okay, I want to find my friends, and it's not like I'm trying to exclude people who are not like me. And so I keep wondering in my little groups, and I live in this, and I can see like in the Bitcoin groups that I'm in, I'm obviously not a young dude. I mean, I'm quite white, but I'm not a young dude. And so I'm kind of like this different creature. And I can see behaviors in the cryptocurrency as a very competitive environment. And like I'm past that. Like I don't really care about competition. I'm trying to do stuff together, both because of, you know, I've already done that, right? So I'm at a more mature level, and I'm a woman. So there's just like, there's value in being in a homogenous group because you have the same values, you can move forward together. And then there's value in integrating well with other groups. And so it's like, you know, I keep asking myself, like, where's the right balance to say, hey guys, you have to make more room for women, versus, well, maybe this, you know, maybe you guys do your thing, and then if some women do something, and then there's an interface between us. I'm always asking myself this question, like, is it really bad to be with people who move quickly together because of their culture? And of course, there's definitely research that more diversity creates more creativity and stuff like that. But I'm kind of asking myself, like, what's the right balance, and how do we be tolerant of like multiculturalism? Because without, you know, we don't want everybody to be exactly the same. We want multiculturalism. And how do we integrate like fairness, but also allowing for, hey, maybe it's okay for us to be separate and have our different cultures. So yeah, how do you guys do that in your organizations or in your lives? Or how do you observe that? Like I said, I just observe that my friends tend to be foreigners like me, you know? So what are you guys seeing, and how does that show up in your lives or your institutions? Yeah.
This, my thought about this is that it is easy to say, stay in your bubble, in your layer of the society, if you are in power, if you are the strong party. And then you can lean back and say,
He'll come back. I'm sure he'll come back. But in the meanwhile, somebody else will have to take the talking stick.
Well, it's it's quite a complex question for me, as what I observe in Russian institutional system, for example, in our museums, I really can feel that, for example, you know, many museums, they keep struggling for this like biggest international names, right, whom we are going to show, and all these blockbusters. And it's great, it's important, all these key figures to show, but all things we're talking about now, it's also part of our everyday institutional practice. But let's say efforts and, I don't know, like resources which we put in this building relations, creating these integration systems, they are like, it's even difficult to measure how small they are comparing to like efforts institutions applying to still like compete with each other in a good sense, but about this something like big stories and something which is put you on this I don't know, what does it mean to be international big institution? And for me, it's always a question, what does it mean your question is really turn me to a question about visibility and what we consider this visibility and how we built it, because actually even I started in 2010 with a biennial with this idea that I want to make Ekaterinburg visible on this huge cultural art map. And this was like making a project which allow you to bring these different optics, international optics, bring in different artists and curators all over the world. And every time challenge yourself with the different attitudes. It was and it is super important. But I really feel that now we can maybe we can add some new value to this idea of visibility and what gives us this visibility. So maybe I'm a little bit exaggerate my speaker role, but I also would like to put this question in our group.
I will just add something, and I look forward to hearing also the development that Rudolf was doing, because I felt that was definitely a direction too. But as you may have noticed, I am Spanish on my sound. And for example, I'm Catalan, I'm from Barcelona. And if you know, there a very strong political problem. And I think the problem is actually that there's two views that are pretending to advance independently, no? And there's two agendas, and one has certain powers and the other one has others, and therefore the context that's there. So I think it's really like you can advance so far with a unique point of view, but you will like it depends on the contribution that you are aspiring to do. But I don't think you can get very far without having a multiplicity of voices, because you are really expressing a view of the world that is very, very reduced, very like a monoculture, no? And reality is rich in diversity, and if we are not able to acknowledge this richness, we are not able to advance together, no? So I was like, when you were, Grace, pointing out, like, how does this come up to your life? I'm also a migrant, and it's true. I am, like, by default, like, meeting with a lot of migrant people. Language is definitely a thing. My partner is Canadian, and when we meet with his friends, I laugh at the jokes and I follow them, but I don't get the full sense of them. And it happens the exact same thing when we are back in Barcelona. Like we are, and we understand each other, no? But language is definitely a huge, huge thing. So I would say I thought about it at these two levels, at the very like individual one with my own personal experience and my partner, and then the other one, which is the political one that's going on in Spain.
Yeah, even the way you introduced yourself was so interesting to me, because I was traveling in Europe and I was traveling within the area that is internationally recognized as Spain. And I felt really awkward about how to address people, right? Because I was both in Navarre and I was in Catalonia. And, you know, those people don't necessarily think they're Spanish in those two regions. And they don't necessarily speak Spanish. And this idea of being multiple identities at once, right? I'm originally from the United States, but I identify as Israeli. And, you know, I think one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot when we think about representation, you know, in forms of governance and decision-making. Governance is just another word for decision-making, is how to identify inclusion. And to me, inclusion means anybody who will be affected by that decision. And so, you know, and that might be that they have a different perspective, not because they're of a different culture or anything, but, you know, one is the fisherman and the other is the person who owns a vacation hotel. And there's too many fishermen on their motorboats on the lake. And the guy who's got the hotel wants the lake to be quiet and the fisherman wants to fish and make a living, right? And so they have exactly the same identical cultural background. They might be the same age and have the same number of children and everything, but multiple perspectives. And so, you know, I feel like we've been focusing on certain areas of diversity that aren't very meaningful when we think about what decisions need to be made and how they're affecting other people. I mean, obviously, if you're talking about, you know, resolving a border dispute, then your culture and how you identify as Catalonian or Spanish or Basque is really important. But if you're talking about how do we deal with our environmental resources, whether you're a lumberjack or, or a bird watcher is more relevant. And like, how do we relate diversity to the actual relevant realm, so.
Can you still hear me? I have such a bad connection, I think. Okay, good. I might have lost some things that you said, Grace. I'm sorry. I just wanted to come back to this idea of integration, because I think something that this is in Germany especially a big and huge topic. And I think what has always been thought wrongly on integration is that what happens instead of having like A and B becoming something new in the middle is that actually A that comes from outside has to become B, has to become what is in the country. And so an integration is always also a disintegration of something. But the only ones that have to do this move are the ones that are coming in. And so it has to become a conflict, and it doesn't consider diversity, and it doesn't consider difference actually. So and our systems are totally based on that. Also educational systems, if we think of learning a language and speaking the main language in the country and so on. And I think it's also such a potential that gets lost on that path. And I have to say, like, my own biography is that I'm half German, half Portuguese. My mother is Portuguese, and growing up in Germany, I grew up bilingual, which was always enriching for me. But I knew also other families where both parents were Portuguese, and they did not speak, the children did not speak Portuguese anymore, but also they weren't like totally sure about their German. But this was not something that the family imposed, but what actually the context, the German context imposed, and the teacher in school, and the whole thing that you have to learn German correctly, so forget your own language, and what that does actually with people. And I'm thinking like how in this solidarity practice, for example, that is not like on a level of a nation state, that is not solidarity at all with the ones that are coming. And it's also not even intelligent. It's not even like thinking of the future. Yeah, so this topic of integration, we even should think of other words, find out other words for what happens when people with other biographies come and join other or new societies or other societies. And this will even become a bigger thing probably after Corona, or not after, but when it like is possible again to be more mobile, and also with climate crisis and other things.
I have to say, I feel very strongly differently than you do. And as an Israeli and some a country that had to integrate a lot of people and create a culture of its own, and gave a lot of free education on the culture, on the religion, on the where are you coming to, and took people from all over the country, all over the world, and created its own culture. Israelis are Israeli. And how the heck did that happen in 75 years? And so I feel very differently about that. And I think the other thing that makes me feel differently about how it is with you is I don't think that in Europe we value what we've got. Like, really honestly, I mean, as somebody who just moved to Europe 3 years ago, I just see people talking about this like we should be more accepting without knowing what the heck you've got. And I live in one of the few cities now in Europe where the streets are safe. And one of the things that's happened throughout Europe is that we've said, any culture is acceptable, and immigrants from countries where they don't respect the rights of women, their values are just as good as our values. That's their culture. So what if they come from a country where they don't respect women's rights? And now many of our cities are not safe for women to walk around in. And I don't think we knew what we were losing when we said we should accept every other culture the way they are, and we shouldn't indoctrinate them with our European values. So I think we have to be very careful about knowing what we've got and looking at where, like, hey, yeah, we do have a culture called the Finnish culture or the Slovenian culture or, the Russian culture, and we're proud of our culture. And if you come to our geography, it's appropriate for you to learn our culture. It's not, it's not wrong. And I think that's very politically incorrect to say today, but as somebody who's just watched cultures die in front of my eyes, just watched it. And I'm in Slovenia and I'm just watching the culture being eaten up by being in the European Union. And these are indigenous people. People still know which flowers you pick for this medication and whatever. And that will die if we don't recognize what we've got. And so I feel differently than you do about this, like, oh, we're killing off other people's cultures when they come to our countries. Yeah, we are. They came to our country because of something we've got. Go ahead, Elisa.
Yeah, I'm so touched with what you're talking, because being Russian, living in Russia, the biggest country in the world, and think also about the regional art scenes and what actually my responsibility and like main expertise, it's contemporary art in Russian regions. And we are dealing a lot with thinking how to consider what does it mean, this Russian contemporary art from this Caucasus with such a difficult, the whole hierarchy again of like men considered like chief of everything and like 100% power, and women and this traditional and more progressive like people, and trying to even find common language to the Far East and Buryatia or Komi. And when you're thinking about all this diversity even in one country, it's kind of impossible story. Of course maybe it's possible, but we're still trying even to find way how to talk about it. And what I wanted to share with you, it's like my what really not even surprised, but maybe again surprised me, that when we're talking about these practices of integration, creating a platform, so many regional artists and institutions told me, we don't need this integration. We are not interested in uniting in something, because we can find ourselves what we are interested in and collaborate, and we don't need any like big platform for the dialogue, etc. We just can easily find a partner to ourselves to create this dialogue. And for me this was a really like a sign and an interesting also maybe point of departure for thinking further about actually how we consider these platforms through the institutional practice, and do we really need them? So for me it's a really important practice of working with even diversity inside one country.
And I just want to say, be aware that we have about 8 minutes left, so maybe everybody can say a little bit about what they're taking away for themselves and, last words.
I just want to add something because I think we are really missing the intervention of Rolf, but I think it actually connects, or that's what I'm taking out of it, the both points of view that are being brought into the conversation, in the sense that I think what Isabel was describing was from the lenses of the powerful and the ones that manage the main narrative, that sometimes you need to become this, or that's something that I have perceived. And then at the same time, as Grace, and Alisa, you were pointing out, there is also the lenses from the minority where you need to, so like there's like the both systems or both tensions occurring simultaneously, no? And I think it's there where solidarity needs to actually articulate, or yeah.
Yeah, I agree that we are missing Rolf, because he was saying such an interesting and important point, talking about like who has the privilege to not integrate, and who has who just it's a must to integrate, otherwise there is no way of surviving. And for me, it's about that. It's about like this power structures that we are in, and that it's very clear from wherever position we come and how we are recognized, that we are then in a more powerful or less powerful position, and this will define how we can act within the society. So if we might have lost you, I might be back now. I don't know. I think I said it all.
Yeah, so maybe I'm taking from the session these different ideas of breaking the system, and how to deal when it's already broken. From Russian perspective, I feel that power structure here is quite powerful, and to break it, it needs so much effort, but it's I mean, all this conversation about inclusion as effective in decision. So thanks, Grace, for this. I will take it with me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's really, it's just like the serendipity of this group of people that has, they planned who we were going to be with. And, I didn't like this idea, like I'm supposed to facilitate a group and I don't even know who's in the room. And it's been really enriching because everybody has such different backgrounds. And it's, it's really, and also the conversation has gone so many different places. So that's been really cool. I think I want to also, say, like, what am I taking in my life? And I think that's it. Like, I feel like I go in circles where, where they are more bubble than I need to. I'm not talking enough people in the art world, and I love art. Like, why am I not talking to people in the art world? And I'm not talking to people as much in the nonprofit world, maybe. And so, finding these, and I've been, and we're also busy, right? Like everything is online now. And so I tend to be like, well, I can't even go to my industry conferences. How can I go to something like this, which is just going to be a bunch of randos? And boy, it's been great talking to a bunch of randos. And I think that's like one practice I want to start integrating in my life is finding more random people that I wouldn't normally talk to. So that's a practice I'm taking home. yeah, maybe is there anything, practices that you guys might take with you from this conversation?
I'm just also taking with myself another reflection, which is that talking about practices, it's hard in the one sense because the most valuable practices probably are too obvious to mention. And for example, I really appreciate that Rudolf initially acknowledged that his practice right now is taking care of someone, like, because we often forget to mention these things, and this is where actually the practice is. And then how easy or how tempting, I would say, it is to actually be talking about the ideas, no? And both things need to happen. And I think we did the effort to kind of like find common languages and play with different like perspective. And it's been extremely interesting. I definitely take the same input as Grace was pointing out. But for me, it's also like how solidarity as a practice, it's hard to say because we are not used to valuing it, maybe, or something like that. Thank you all, by the way.
Awesome. I think Brenno's, Brenno, I think we're, Brenno says, oh, I have to make I have to go boing, boing, boing.
Yeah.
That's what I have to do. I have to say boing, 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 and then Brenno will come back.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the time. The dialogue was lovely to see how this all came together, and this randomness of meeting people. You have no idea who's going to be there. That's exactly was the slightly uncomfortable intention, very consciously. It's a pity we couldn't bring Rulof back, but you will get an email today still with the contacts from the people that were inside of the session and the names, so you can keep in touch there. I'm gonna place here a survey in the chat just now. There's a link. It's very short, and we would love to hear how this experience was for you, and how the format was, how the session was, because we want to continue and grow this initiative. So it would be lovely to receive that. I wish you a great rest of the day, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolute pleasure meeting all of you.
Thank you. Super. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Indra, we can't see you. Do you have your webcam on?
There you go.
You had the security one on. That's good.
I had an alternative on top, but it was quite, it was just covering the screen. I had no idea.
Great. So sorry this took a moment. There were some last minute cancellations, but Sophie is joining from another dialogue. Hers didn't happen, so she's spontaneously jumped into this one. And I am happy to be part of it as well. And then we have a constellation of 4. Just to recall a little bit, so we're really wanting to make space for listening here and going beyond this idea of a discussion or argumentation. So we are also practicing this talking stick, like when you want to talk, you come towards the camera and you grab, so to say, the talking piece, and with that you can talk. There you go. Indra has hers there. So Indra is the facilitator of this session, and she will give us a short introduction in the beginning, which will trigger us into the dialogue. And the dialogue's title is Knowledge and Democracy, but it can go wherever we want to go. This is basically the seed topic, and then we see how it emerges from there. Are there any questions from your sides?
So as far as I know, I'm going to invite you all to briefly introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to introduce the topic, and then I'm going to ring the bell. Okay.
That sounds great. Just one thing before, Indra, are you now in London? Then I'll add it to your name.
Yes, London.
Perfect.
And I've just got one question for you. Why do I see myself completely differently in this camera than I do any other camera?
The mirroring, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mirrored. It's the StreamYard. I also didn't figure out. There is no option that we can change that, but basically it's like brings you to the other direction that you're actually doing the movement.
Very strange to watch. I'll try not to watch.
One last thing before we kickstart. I'll ask everybody that is listening and is not speaking to mute yourselves. Helps with the background noise. And when you want to speak, you grab like this, and then you unmute yourself. And with that, I give the talking piece to Indra.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon in London, and I'm very much looking forward to spending some time with you over this next hour. So first of all, I'd like to introduce, invite my guests to introduce themselves. None of us have met each other before, and that's one of the great beauties of the dialogue process. So first of all, whoever would like to start the process, please introduce yourself with just a simple line about who you are, where you're from, and maybe why you're here for this conversation about knowledge and democracy. I should have added that I'm going to place the talking piece in the middle when I've finished talking. If you're ready to talk, please use the talking piece. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Peter. I'm from Slovakia, and I'm here because I have never, ever participated in such a dialogue with people who I don't know about such a topic, which is so relevant right now as democracy is. So I'm looking forward.
Yeah, sorry, I'm also wrapping my head around this this new protocol. Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie. I'm based in Brussels, although right now I'm in Tielen at my in-laws. I'm Luxembourgish, but with Peruvian roots. And I'm here because, very similar to Peter, curious to see how this dialogue process unravels. Something that I've encountered a lot in my own work in community building. I'm very keen to explore new ways of getting people to talk to each other outside of social media.
So my name is Breno, and I'm talking to you from Antwerp in Belgium today. And this is not where I'm based. I was based here for 3 years, some years ago. Now I'm in Passage. Originally, I'm from Brazil with German and Italian roots. And at the moment, I live in Lisbon, in Portugal. And I am here because serendipity brought me to this moment with you. And I'm curious to explore how we touch base with this big names of knowledge and democracy. And curious to see how the flow goes. Happy to be here.
So I realize that I haven't introduced myself. I'm Indra Adnan, and I'm the co-initiator of a political platform called The Alternative, which has been going for about 4 years. And our big question is, if politics is broken, what's the alternative? So I'm just going to share my screen for a few minutes to give a little provocation at the beginning of our discussion. And after I've done that, really the floor is completely open to all of us. And I will remind us, myself included, that this isn't a debate in a sense. It's really a dialogue, which means that each of us should listen to the speaker and then try to respond to what the speaker has said and not come only with the opinions and thoughts that you've always had. So it's quite a challenge sometimes to catch yourself doing that, but that's going to be our intention. So here's a short provocation on this subject. Sorry, it's a bit slow for the... So I hope you can all see this. The question that I'd like us to entertain today is, how come we know what we don't know? When we think about our current politics, we have to conclude that the system is broken. We find ourselves really in the point of a crisis of climate change, of extreme social division, and even of mental health. It's a personal, a social, and a global crisis. How has it come to this? When we first started to look at the question of why our politics is so broken, we discovered that across Europe, only 2% of people are members of political parties. 98% of people don't think it's worth the time or the effort to commit to joining a political party. And therefore, the discourse, what it is that we talk about when we talk about politics, or we talk even about democracy, is coming from a very small group of people. And the media is feeding on that constantly. What should we think about that? First of all, we saw that the idea of the human being right at the heart of politics is really a very material concept of a human being. Homo economicus, the idea that we only have to give a person food and a roof over their head, and from that time on, they will be competent and able to live their lives as a free person. And yet we know this is not the case. When we think more carefully about what is the human being, we have to think about their connectedness to not only nature, but to the society in which we live in. And it throws up so many questions about how we're able to hear ourselves and hear each other. Implicit in this drawing, for example, is also the divide between men and women. Is it really possible for us to be able to hear or know what the other is thinking? When we think about our own lack of knowledge about something, we can think through those lenses, but can we even begin to think about what we don't even know is missing? How can we do that? The traditional idea of democracy was that was born in Athens many centuries ago. Here it is, the idea of the open square, people able to debate, free speech, and so on. But if you look at it more closely, there were so many people excluded from this conversation. How do we know what we don't know? Generally speaking, even when we ourselves start to explore what is the question, we tend to meet people like ourselves in the spaces that we open. You might say, even this space is that kind of space. We are, for ourselves, the usual suspects. Who are the people who are always excluded from this space? The ones that maybe would share our values and be able to have a good discussion with us. And then maybe even more important, who are the people who don't share our values? How are we ever going to be able to have a good discussion with them and begin to unearth the knowledge that we don't even know is valuable knowledge? What are the steps we must take to get outside the box of our current idea of what democracy is? Just to go back to the beginning again, this is the question I want to put. How can we know what we don't know? Now, I have a slight problem. Are we back now? Okay. So that is my early provocation, and I invite people to come forward as we described. Please listen carefully to what the first person has said. Keep your discussion quite simple, meaning not too long. Don't take too long to make your point, but at the same time, try to make the point that you're yearning to make. Now, to open this discussion, I'm going to ring the bell, and in 45 minutes, I'll ring it again to close the discussion.
So it was really a nice presentation. It's really a thought-provoking question. And maybe my answer would be that, do we have to know what we don't know? Isn't it the start that we just accept, that we are just aware that we don't know everything, and then we respect everybody else around us? Because the thought of knowing everything, even that might be really hard for everybody even to comprehend. So I would start with that, just respecting that we don't know everything, and there are people who maybe know better, or maybe know more, or maybe know something else. So we are open for their perspectives as well.
It's funny when you say, Peter, that the same thought was in my mind as well. Thank you, Indra, for the provocation and the images. And what stays with me is a lot this aspect of history is there, of like looking what happened, like how did we get up to here? And this image, when I think of democracy, I really think of this idealized image of Greece and how everything started. So it's nice to see that, and also for us to touch base that it wasn't really also beautiful. And there was a lot of people that were not part of that. And about knowing, what stays with me or what triggered my mind right away was, I think, similar to Peter, what I hear you saying, Peter. Do we need to know? This may be through really aspiring to know everything. Isn't it some kind of even perhaps unconscious, perhaps, need to really grasp everything around us and to really have control over what's going on? So wouldn't be not knowing maybe not a lack of wisdom, but maybe a way towards something different?
Thanks, Breno, for your contribution. What that triggers in my mind is, what would a political system look like if it's based on this approach of accepting not to know everything, considering that politicians, at least in this very male way of exerting power, there's no margin for acknowledging your mistakes and acknowledging that you weren't able to take X, Y, Z factors into consideration, which led to this crisis that you weren't able to anticipate, blah, blah, blah. So I'm wondering, what would a political system look like if we would put this humble recognition at its heart? It's not much of a contribution, but just a question, just like curiosity.
Indra, you're mute.
Excuse me, my screen has expanded and now I can't manage it too well anymore, but I just wanted to acknowledge how important Sophie's contribution was for me, because I think that's really the spirit in which I asked the question, to how could we really start again with our political system and imagine a reorientation of the system with the principle of there's so much we don't know. It's very different from the way we now operate. And historically, the idea that a certain group of people knew everything, and there was a way of knowing, with perhaps science maybe at the top of that way of knowing. And there was a hierarchy of knowledge for centuries. And really what happened with the birth of the internet was a sudden opening up of that knowledge to people who would use that knowledge in very new ways. And that was never anticipated, really. We didn't anticipate the chaos that knowledge would bring. And now we're living in that chaos. But it's valuable. You know, people waking up is so valuable. It causes chaos. It has caused a lot of conflict. But what could be less valuable than everyone having a chance to have access to knowledge, and not only that, to start comparing their perspectives on knowledge with each other and even challenging themselves. So in a way, that is my question. Like Sophie suggested, that what kind of political system could hold all of this new kind of knowledge and awakening of people? Because right now, our current political system cannot hold it. It's causing extreme polarity and violence, and we're not reaching the goals that we need to reach within the current window that we have to do that.
Thank you, Indra and Sophie. Perhaps, if I may, just place a question in the center that goes maybe in a different direction, not different direction, but different zooming from Sophie's question. I don't have the answer of how the system will look like, and perhaps for me to tap into a conversation, what might be interesting for us to see, or for me would be valuable to see, is when we say something like knowledge, like what are we exactly meaning by that? What is our common understanding of that word? And place that.
Well, just to follow up on what you said, that for me is the same with democracy, because I don't really know anymore if we have one single definition, what everybody knows what does it mean. And actually, it's not even wrong, I think, because everybody can have a different meaning behind that word. For somebody can mean just to pass the vote. For somebody can mean really participate, really shape the community. So it's always changing. And I think that the important thing will be, because the problem is that we have this representation, because it's so on a massive scale that we cannot just include everybody in every decision-making process. So I would say that the future will be about how we can make sure to be more inclusive and bring more people in, more knowledge through the people, so we can come together and solve problems all together. So it's not solved by a few people who are being in the parliament or in the government, but really all the knowledge what we have is the wisdom of the crowd is being used to solve the challenges what we face right now.
What I find complicated in this question is that I see the point in reviewing the concept of knowledge critically and admitting the fact that there's been so many people that have been for far too long excluded from the places of production of knowledge and also of acquiring this knowledge. At the same time, when you think of climate change, for instance, it's very important that we acknowledge that we have been able to acquire scientific knowledge on climate change, and that it's very important to act upon this knowledge for the sake of our survival. And this is where I feel the discussion on democracy and knowledge becomes complicated, because I acknowledge that it's far too easy to just dismiss populism as being a bunch of ignorant people, rednecks and whatever, and this has been the problem in the States in particular. Democrats looking down on a whole range of people not living in urban hubs and perhaps not as knowledgeable in our classic sense, and that leads, of course, to Donald Trump being elected. But at the same time, then how can you take that into account without completely dismissing the importance of the knowledge behind something like climate change? I'm not formulating the question very well, but I hope you get the gist of it. Oh.
When I started to ask the question myself about knowledge, and I thought about the amount of knowledge that is present and available, and if I search for the knowledge, it's overwhelming, the amount of knowledge and the amount of hours and investment there has been in creating the knowledge. And I've come to the conclusion with climate change, for example, that the knowledge is there. We know how to stop climate change. So that isn't the issue. The question is, how do we apply the knowledge? How do we give access to the knowledge? How do people relate to the knowledge? And what I observe, Sophie, from what you're describing, is many different kinds of relationship to the knowledge that exists, which comes through all sorts of cultural and historic framings to reach each person quite differently. So if one person, for example, to take an extreme example, would say it's clear that in order to stop climate change, we should stop eating meat. Should anyone be in a conversation around that simple idea today, you would know that you would argue into the night, and there would be huge passions, and everybody sharing their idea and their own sense of their knowledge around this issue. So knowledge is not a simple offering, in fact. It always lands in the mind of the person in a way that is very particular to that person. So I'm not sure the absence of knowledge or whether there is knowledge is the question. And that would bring me also back to Peter's point about what is democracy. Because some people would say the people aren't capable of democracy because they couldn't answer the question about climate change. It is a very big question here that we're opening up. I'm going to stop there.
So what the images I have while I hear you speak, how do we relate to knowledge and how do other people relate to knowledge? I think this is a very valuable point. And yeah, and I'm still with this kind of like trying to get the essence of what is, you know, behind this concept that we are naming with knowledge. And I hear about the knowledge of climate change, and so I relate to then when I hear that, I relate to facts and I relate them to science, but still it's perhaps not the same. Knowledge, when I think about it, is not, for me, has a big relation to science, but it's not the same. So yeah, I'm just trying to grasp like what is the essence there, and maybe through getting a bit closer to this essence, we can open a few doors there in different ways. And an image that comes to me as well, where I was hearing is, so my background is I studied philosophy, and also has its relations to Greece and the beginning of a lot of things there. So it comes to this the saying of Socrates that actually there's no proof that he ever said it, and it's only in Plato's accounts. But I know that I know nothing. So this is the image keeps there with me about that, and then I'm okay. So what is this really, like knowledge, and how do we perceive it? What is the effect of knowledge to our commons, and how can it be a base to coexisting and building structures? Yeah, I think these are the images I have.
Okay, we did the same time, I guess. But what you said, Breno, is actually it's the same what I was thinking about. That when we try to define what is knowledge, you know, drill down to the essence of the word. For me, it's a lot of things which is coming up as well. And but I still come back to the point that first of all, we have so many information out there. It's like an overflow. So now the problem is that we have too much to know, and we have to filter everything what we receive. And there are those channels which are not just social media, but not just mainstream media, but all those channels which are coming in. And it's really, really hard right now to know what's the truth, what's the fact. And a lot of people is trying to bend it. You know, when you try to tell people, for instance, what democracy is liberal, illiberal, you know, and people start to believe in a different perspective of the same word. We might be talking about the same thing, but for everybody it means something else. Although we are supposed to be all under a democratic government at the end. And but when it comes to knowledge, I think it's I see it as it's a division of labor, that there are those scientists who really know how to solve climate change. Do I need to know exactly how to solve climate change, or all I should do is to trust those scientists that they know how to solve climate change? So for me, it's a little bit comes down to the trust point as well. Trust toward science, trust toward the government too, that they are doing the best to solve this. So that would be my comment.
Thank you, Peter, for your contribution. I think if if I try to reformulate what I was trying to say, I think there's a question of, okay, on the one hand, how does one acknowledge the problem aspect of knowledge, the fact that, you know, it's been very exclusive, without delegitimizing it completely and entering this age of post-truth that is also hugely confusing and creating a lot of chaos. But then there's the second question. I guess what I was trying to say earlier on is, how can we use knowledge in the right way without reproducing this power relationship of me knowing towards people who don't know, you know? Like I'm thinking back to a conversation I had very recently with a friend of mine. I work very much in the theme of mobility and trying to build safer cities. And I'm trying very hard to understand what is the best way to convey knowledge on, for instance, the effect of speed. Why is it important to drive at lower speeds in dense areas? Convey information about pollution and what it does to our children. But I also understand that for many people, especially drivers, it's annoying to have someone, you know, tell you off for being parked in the wrong space or letting their engine run idle. And so I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who is a driver and who was telling me about her experience of being told off by this white middle-aged man going, why are you parked in this zone? It's forbidden to park just in front of the school. And she was saying, you know, thinking back, it really annoyed me because what he was telling me is that you're not a good citizen. I am a good citizen. And so that suddenly brought the point to me, like, okay, how can you share this knowledge with people that I do think there is important knowledge to be shared with, but without reproducing this hierarchy of you know, me being the person who knows everything, illuminating the rest of the population. So that would be, for me, a major question to resolve, because I think that's why so many people reject a lot of these this knowledge being brought to them. It's because they see it as yet another way of them being told that they're worthless, basically.
Indra, your mic.
The old problems. Thank you, Sophie, because I think you, for me at least, you pushed this dialogue beyond the point of going backwards. Because if I think what I'm hearing you say is that it's not enough to have the knowledge. It's not enough to have the facts. We have to try to understand what stops the facts being transmitted, or how, why are we in the mess we're in? This is really the important question, isn't it? I appreciate the idea that we should trust our governments or that we should trust our scientists. And yet here we are with a lifetime of trusting them, with less than 10 years left before we can't turn back anymore. Somehow, the regime of knowledge and trust has led us to a very, very crisis point. And I think what you began to introduce just now is the idea that there's something we don't understand about why we can't use the knowledge we have. And you're describing in this case, it sounds to me as if you're describing why people have a resistance to knowledge. And I think that that's a very important path to travel. What is the resistance to simply doing what we know we should do? And if we don't know the answer to that, that's the stuff we don't know. It almost goes without saying that it's certainly in my experience that every time I reach a new area of ignorance, of my ignorance, if I really open my mind, things come to me that I didn't know before. People will show me things, or I will have an experience like you just described, so I'm thinking myself that a prerequisite for how do we know what we don't know is to open our minds in ways that we haven't done before. And to sit with this humility, in fact, of we don't know. But then once we know that we don't know and we're opening our minds, can we design a democracy with that knowledge, with that assumption that there is so much we don't know, and start to, in fact, create a sort of a architecture and a method for bringing in the new knowledge, which is something I think what Peter was describing when, Peter, you were talking about participation. Participation becomes very important. But I would also question that simply everybody stressing their opinion, which we now have in Twitter or whatever, Facebook, Clubhouse, opinion is not the same, I don't think, as being willing to go on the journey of trying to understand more. This is more like deliberation. What kind of spaces can we open for deliberation? A little bit like you've done here in the dialogue space.
I have this image of Sophie saying with her friend and this other person, and this polarity that appeared to arise there. And it was interesting because when you were speaking, I had a similar polarity in my mind of this of having the knowers in one side and the not knowers in the other. And I was really thinking about this, okay, the knowers and the not knowers. And what if, like, from the perspective of the not knower, he's looking and he's seeing, okay, knowers, and the others are the not knowers. So it brought me thinking, okay, like, again, about knowledge and is knowledge subjective, or is it a factual thing? And yeah, I feel there is a lot in how do we relate to it, and how when we think we know, so to say, how do we relate to that, and how do we relate to someone that in our eyes they are being bad citizens, or they do not know anything, they have no connection to knowledge. How does that make us feel? Yeah, and I'm just thinking and thinking. That's, again, when I think of knowledge, I think a lot about mind. I think a lot about this part of the body, and yeah, I'm just kind of like trying to sense, okay, is there not something beyond that we need also to take into account? that maybe will give new foundations for new structures that englobes a multitude of knowledges, maybe, but that they're all somehow aligned to a bigger wisdom. So this is the word I wanted to bring, like what is wisdom and how can knowledge relate to it?
Well, to begin with, I would say wisdom would be to acknowledge that one single individual cannot possibly possess the entire knowledge, and that knowledge is complex and multifolded. I don't know if I would go as far as saying knowledge is subjective, because I think that's a slippery slope to, again, this age of post-truth where its opinion becomes knowledge. But I definitely think it's multifaceted. And yeah, what I find is very interesting is to think of certain female leaders these days who, for me, incarnate a different way of exerting power. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking of the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda something, I forget her name now.
Ardern.
But who I feel, exactly, thank you, who I feel has a very different way of leading a country. And I think she would be, for me, a good example of, a model of, not a model, but at least someone who is willing to listen to other people, to acknowledge her mistakes, to inquire if she feels like she doesn't know enough about a topic, and definitely give a lot more room to just wisdom, which is very welcome. I would be really curious, maybe to carry on this conversation, I'd be very curious to hear from you guys, how are these questions urgent in your day-to-day life? If I always find it useful to come back to concrete examples of how do these questions manifest themselves in your own reality, in your daily life? Sorry.
Thank you, Sophie. So yeah, when you said the daily life, right? It's, for instance, when we think about COVID right now, it's the same how we explain to somebody that maybe some rules should be followed, or maybe it depends the health of somebody else, or maybe it's a better example is that when 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 I say to somebody that smoking is bad, for instance, that person might know it's bad. So if the knowledge is there, but still keep smoking. So maybe a better thing is to try to figure out what drives that behavior. You go more deeper behind in understanding why people not doing or doing things, and then try to work with that and changing that. That's the human aspect of everything. We put them and put it in the middle of everything what we talk about. Then we might be able to change and maybe have a common understanding of the knowledge, or maybe pass the knowledge along.
I think we're coming to the end of our dialogue. And I wonder if each of us would like to make some sort of closing statement around what is the impact of this dialogue on your inquiry into democracy. For myself, I've really understood better the need for the ability to make agreements between people and self-knowledge, understanding the role of self-knowledge in successful knowledge sharing. And I'll leave it at that.
What will stay with me, I think, is what you were saying, Indra, about knowledge being, it's not a question of access or how much knowledge is out there. It's more a question of relationships. And then thinking about this example that I explained to you guys, for me, it's really about, human relations, which sounds very obvious, but it's about power. It really is about power, and it starts between two people. And I'll leave it at that.
So for me, it's something to think about more, the relationship of knowledge and democracy. And it was really good to see all the different perspectives and how it was, how everybody contributed. And at the end, I might say there is a lot to think about, how to maybe use this knowledge more to build a more better, not just the future, but maybe a more better political system, which would be able to handle all the knowledge which is out there. So it will be a task, and it will be good to think about it and spread it. Thank you.
I feel I could continue this dialogue. I feel like, I would like to continue. I feel like, okay, this is like we can get somewhere. And I feel very, very grateful for the spontaneous exchange. And what stays with me is, I think my mind, we had this title, and then you try to make a relation between these two words, knowledge, democracy. Okay, knowledge, democracy. And the image I have is like, okay, the question I have then is, okay, knowledge, and are we talking about one knowledge? And what I get there a bit from Sophie's contribution as well is this, okay, it's not like subjective knowledge. It's not like knowledge. Everybody can have their own knowledge, but it's a little bit more complex than just like one plain knowledge. And it's like this multifaceted. And okay, what is this multifaceted, and how diverse, how wide can this multifaceted knowledge be? And trying to see this, just really grateful. I'm really grateful for the exchange and seeing that you put something out there and then something comes. And it's really like Indra said as well, this knowledge exchange. And this is touching base with that. Yeah, so very, very grateful to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruno. And of course, we are grateful to the work that you're doing for these global dialogues. It's really something. And on that point, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Indra, for holding space. Thank you, Peter and Sophie, for co-creating this dialogue together. And now I come back to my room host position. And I leave link here in the chat where you can give us feedback of how this experience was for you. We want to continue and grow this initiative. And it's very short and gives us the opportunity to understand how this experience was for you of the session and how you experienced the format as well. So very grateful if you send this over. And with that, I hope to see you soon, be it in the virtual or hopefully someday in the real physical world.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much.
Nice to meet you both.
Yes.
All three of you.
Absolutely.
Bye now.
Bye.